was an ambush.
How many did you save?
Just like a dream.
You did the only thing you could do. And you lost.
Like a dream.
Look, we're still in this thing.
The day you walked away.
But we have no idea what we're dealing with.
Unfortunate.
Things are getting worse around here, aren't they?
Boyd, we're out of food.
Too many things are changing here. I have to remember.
Remember what?
What's missing?
Nothing that I've been through is possible.
I think you're here for what's in the basement.
This place will not break us. We can still win. But the only way we go home is together.
Hello. Hit the mark, go! The game here is rigged. Why can't they leave us alone?
No matter what this place throws at us, we're gonna find our way home.
Everybody just talks about how afraid they are of dying. Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that can happen to you here.
Hello?
Like a dream.
You looking for these?
Into my life.
You can't save them all.
But things are really hard than you see.
A bus pulls into the town. We have new people who are really, really scared.
We got this one,
Mario.
Christy's fiance. We got Elgin.
He starts seeing dreams and stuff.
The house falls down.
Marielle, Christy, kiss, haircut.
Gets possessed by some dimension of the town.
Then you've got Boyd in a chamber?
Boyd has to get out of the chamber. He meets Martin. Martin gives him worms.
Found out Sarah took my dad's life.
Everyone hates Sarah.
Then Tabitha is trapped in the tunnels.
Victor helped Tabitha escape from the tunnels.
Tabitha's having visions of ghost children that are taken somewhere. Jade's having visions of a symbol.
And he's trying to figure out what the symbol is.
Randall and I just fight, and then he ties me to a tree.
He actually starts to see a ballerina. Who knows why?
And then this music box puts everybody to sleep, which is supposed to, but then when they go to sleep, now they're getting tortured. It's like a nightmare that never ends.
We are kidnapped, us and Marielle.
Yes.
What is this place? Is it a simulation? Is it an experiment?
Then what happens?
Pregnant.
Pregnant.
We get married.
Oh, yeah.
Then his wife shows up and he has to deal with her again. But eventually he gets rid of his wife. He gets rid of the worms.
Gives them to the monster, kills Smiley, gives me a blood transfusion.
I tell Boyd he has to break the music box.
He destroys the music box.
People wake up.
And he saves the town. But not really.
Little boy pushed me, and then I end up in the hospital.
Boom, boom, boom.
People are still trapped in a town full of monsters.
Still trapped indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one, welcome all. So super excited to be here with everybody on this awesome encore watch party of season 3, episode 1 of From, entitled Shatter. And I have to say, it was a pretty fitting title to this episode, because I think a lot of us walked away after seeing this just feeling absolutely shattered. And I think it's a pretty ominous warning of how the rest of the town is going to be dealing with the whole season. Looks like things are getting shattered left and right. The monsters are out to break the town, not just kill the town. They want to break their spirits. And boy, did this first episode really start off with a bang. But welcome one, welcome all. Ravener, how's it going, my friend? I mean, can you believe it? From is back. It's back.
I'll tell you
It's
what,
here.
man. You always go into these, the first episode of a season with a little bit of trepidation, just wondering if it's really going to measure up. And again, I always say, they've got so many characters, so many interactions that they almost have to touch base on every episode. And how are they going to divvy up the screen time in merely 51 minutes? They really did a good job on this one, man. They really delivered. Some of the stuff. I mean, some of it just by the nature of it, it's going to be dialogue. It's going to be kind of low key, low intensity dialogue back and forth. The plot's still developing with these different characters, but just not a whole lot happened. But good God, man, when it came time for the action, it was there, and I was like, wow, man. Yeah. So I was very, very satisfied with this episode. I have to look hard. I have to look hard for criticisms on this one. I have one minor one, and it's one of those kind of a coin toss. I mean, it was they had to make an executive decision, and we'll probably get to it. I don't know how spoilery we're going to do this, because I know some people are still waiting for the watch party and haven't watched it. But
I mean, we can definitely dive deep into spoilers after we watch it, but we'll try to keep it a little light before for this little pregame show that we're doing before the watch party starts. But
yeah.
But, oh, man,
Yeah.
man,
Well,
just
the one thing that I kept in my mind, man, and I know I'm going to come in with my main point before everybody's probably siphoned in, but the strongest point of last season for me, or one of the high points, was the Elgin drive down to the clinic, when you were in there in the moment, you're processing at the time, and we already know that they can go 96 days if everybody follows the rules, if everybody locks their doors, closes the windows, closes the blinds, you can go 96 days without a death.
possible.
So what the writers have to do is contrive situations where they can't do that, where they have to be outside for one reason or another, or in the case of the Colony House Massacre in last season, the monsters could get in. They have to figure out how to do that, and they can't do it every time. They can't go to the well that many times, but they did a good job this time too. I mean, they did a good job with Colony House, and they did a good job of setting up the reasoning, because I mean, it can't be gratuitous. It can't just be for the sake of doing
something. Like, if you're going to put violence into a show or death scenes and things like that, it has to have meaning, and boy, did this one have meaning.
Yeah. And and a lot of it made sense to me. A lot of the stuff that we had analyzed so deeply with the trailers, we're like, well, what decision is this, and why are they doing this? They'll show what's happening without explaining it. We saw a couple instances today where in last night's episode, or today's upcoming episode, where the scenes that we had seen in the trailer in isolation, like a 1-second clip, that we understand the context of it, and we knew that would happen. We could theorize a million different directions, but all of that gets dispelled when we see it in the reality.
And that's why I wanted to kind of highlight this comment here from Luna, which kind of perfectly encompasses exactly what you're saying. And I felt the exact same way. It's like, even though we knew most of what was going to happen in this first episode, it was still so awesome to see. Because, I mean, like you said, you get these clips in the trailer, and it gives us kind of a broad idea as to where the first few episodes might be going. But then when you see it in its full context, you get to see these scenes play out in its entirety. It's so rewarding, and you really get to see, okay, that's what that was in the trailer. That's what that was in the trailer. That's what that meant. And what you said one thing earlier that I freaking 100% agree with you, in terms of, like, we were going into this third season, this first episode, with very high hopes. Like, we had a very high bar set for the show. And if nothing else, I feel like that speaks to just how good the show is as a whole, the quality of the storytelling that they have been giving us for these first two seasons. There's a reason why so many fans have such high expectations for the show, because they've been killing it so far. And I got to say, it's not too often where a show not only lives up to my expectations, but surpasses them. And this first episode definitely surpassed them.
Absolutely. And this is a really From stands alone for me as far as the writing goes, because that is the thing that just takes me out of every freaking show that I get into. Is the writing is terrible. It could be and we've seen some phenomenal actors, some phenomenal casting, like in House of the Dragon. We've seen some phenomenal casting in a lot of places. but the writing just falls short, and they can't stop themselves. I was just last night, I was just talking about Chaos, and the acting is on point. The Chaos is the show for for the audience benefit. It's the one with Aurora Perrineau, Harold Perrineau's daughter, as one of the
That's been
main
receiving really
players.
good reviews up until this point. Everybody that
Yeah.
I've talked to who has been watching Chaos has had nothing but good things to say about it. I meant to start it last night, but I just got so busy by this watch party. I didn't believe we did a damn 7-hour live stream last night.
I
From
saw
the
that, dude.
pregame show to the watch party to the after show. 7 hours we were live for, and there were so many people that were in here for all 7 hours. And that's why I really gonna give a big thank you to not only everybody who is here tonight joining us, but last night, so many of you just hung in there and stayed for the entire 7 hours, and I could not thank each and every one of you more. And it was an absolute blast. And to answer Vanessa Wiggett's question, absolutely, my friend. We will definitely be doing watch parties every single week for every single episode. And I absolutely agree. I had an absolute blast last night. And I hope you guys had fun too, because that was a really, really special one last night. Kicking the season off, hanging out with each and every one of you, hearing all of your thoughts and how you guys thought about the episode. It was a really fun stream. So I really thank everybody for participating last night. And you too, Ravener, for co-hosting with me. So
Oh, thanks,
awesome
man.
stuff.
Yeah, I crashed out. I couldn't. I was really counting on that because right up until it went live, we were saying, we were told that it was going to go at 3 a.m. Eastern, and so that would have given me a couple hours if we'd have stopped right at
Yeah.
like midnight or whatever. But man, I was crashing when the episode came on. I was just crashing out. I was really counting on that 2-hour nap or something before, for a second win. So yeah, I just drifted away. But yeah, I did end up, between last night and today, I did end up watching the episode probably 2 times, and I'll probably end up watching it a few more, just to really let it sink in. But yeah, it was an amazing night last night. Again, we were pleasantly surprised. I think it was BK that said, "Hey, it's up on the app," and we're like,
Yeah,
"Wait a minute."
yeah,
Like,
because a lot of us thought that it wasn't going to be uploaded until 3 a.m. Eastern. I mean, usually they follow the same pattern every year. Usually right at midnight Eastern Standard Time, it's usually uploaded on the app. But all of the information that we were getting was saying that this year it's not going to be uploaded until 3 a.m. Eastern. But yeah, then midnight came around and we saw, holy shit, it's there. So we kind of just did the watch party right on the fly, and it was a blast. It was an absolute blast.
Yeah,
So
it was great, and the episode was so satisfying too, and having everybody everybody with us, and the watch party coming up in about 20 minutes ish, the one on Discord. It's going to be another treat. Keep your keep one window open with Discord and one window open with Twitter. If you have 2 screens, keep one, because the cast does live tweet along with the show as it's playing. But yeah, man, it'll be so nice. It'll be so cool to be with you guys over on the Discord, watching it, absorbing it, and you guys are going to be reacting to it too. I know you guys are, because there are things. But it's going to be so nice again just to be back in that world, back in the world of From. And it doesn't appear a whole heck of a lot. A very small time jump, I think, maybe, but not
3 days,
much, man.
just
3
a
days.
3-day time jump. And the only reason why they even did that is because they had to account for the 3 days that Tabitha was in a coma and when she woke up in the hospital. We see that at the end of season 2. She wakes up in that hospital bed. The doctor comes in and tells her that some hikers found her on the side of a trail 3 days ago. So that's the only reason why we got that 3-day time jump within Fromville as well, because we do know time passes the exact same within Fromville and in the real world. So I think that's why we got the 2-3-day time jump to start the season off, because they had to account for the 3 days Tabitha was out, is my guess.
Except in Jade's hair, in which case it's a 3-month time jump.
Jade's hair, it's been 3 fucking years. But yeah, and in terms of this, I had a lot of people asking me this last night as well. Why don't they show the previews of the next episode? They don't usually do that on the MGM app. But tonight, when the episode airs at 9 p.m. Eastern on their actual MGM channel, when that is over, the episode 2 preview should air right live on TV. That's really the only way you can catch the previews from next week. You have to catch them live right when they air on TV, because they don't really upload the previews to their MGM site. They might upload them to YouTube a few days later, but that's usually not until 3-4 days after the episode airs. So if you want to catch the preview for next week's episode, every week when a new episode airs, you have to catch it Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, when it goes live on the actual MGM channel, not the app, but the actual channel on TV. That is how you catch the previews for next week. And we will be doing, just like we did for season 1 and 2, I will be doing very, very in-depth breakdowns of not only the episodes, but we will definitely be breaking down the trailers for next week's episode as well. So I will have my trailer breakdown for episode 2 probably up on Tuesday. And tomorrow morning, I will have my in-depth episode 1 breakdown up on the channel tomorrow morning. But that is why if anyone else was looking for the episode 2 trailer and couldn't find it, that is why they don't premiere them until Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern after the episode airs. And we also got this. What exactly is a watch party, Jeremy? Well, a watch party is something that we like to do here. And it's basically we all get together and we all watch from together and react to it as we watch it live, and then we discuss it afterwards. Now, usually we have 2 kind of different live watch parties that we do here. The one that we did last night at midnight when the episode first drops, that is usually the kind of watch party where we all load it up on our own devices. We all hit play at the exact same time and we watch it together. But tonight, since this is our encore watch party, if you're not a member of MGM Plus, or if you don't want to worry about hitting play all at the same time, you can hop right into the Discord. And I believe BK will be streaming the episode live right in Discord starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to hop into the Discord and watch it there, the link is pinned to the top of the chat, the Watch Party Discord link. That will take you right to our Discord. And all you got to do is hop into the Watch Party channel and you can watch it live right there. Or if you want, you can load it up on your own device and hit play at the exact same time that we hit play in the Discord, and we'll watch it together. But this way, it gives people the option, whether you want to watch it on your own device, that's totally fine. Or if you want to hop in the Discord and watch it with everybody that's streaming in the Discord, you can do that as well. And we will be reacting live right here on YouTube as the episode plays. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it. And yeah, as Star says, only a mere 7 hours. Just a mere 7 hours, right? Yeah, it was fun. It was an absolute blast. I can't thank everybody enough for making that watch party last night as epic as it possibly could have been. You guys really are awesome. Really are awesome. But yeah, let's dive into this, shall we? Greek Girl says, you said this place couldn't break you. Well, that's what you said. Broke my ass, right, Greek Girl? Oh, man, it's just... this was really a gut-wrenching episode from start to finish. Like I said this last night, but if I were to describe episode 1 with like one word or one phrase, it was an absolutely visceral experience. That's how I felt coming out of this episode. Just that visceral feeling that you feel deep down in your gut when you see something that almost feels like it's something you shouldn't be watching, especially the ending of this episode. It was absolutely insane.
I wondered how they were going to do it. I wondered how they were going to pull it off. Because I mean, anybody who had listened to our show before, I was like, "There's no way they're going to do something protracted and long with Tian Chen." I thought she'd get a quick one like Katri did, but it looks like, and it was very, very, very mild. I mean, relatively mild for as wicked as it was, but man,
I'm glad I don't want to spoil too much. I mean, I know a lot of you have probably already seen the episode and we're about to watch it for an encore, but just in case anyone hasn't seen it yet, I'm kind of glad they ended up playing it the way that they played it, where they didn't really show too much of what was happening, and we kind of close in on Boyd's reaction. It was just a phenomenal way to kind of showcase that scene, because I don't think any of us really wanted to see what was on the other end of that camera. I don't want to fucking see it.
No.
Another thing we've been wondering is, when episode 2 starts, will we see the aftermath of what happened in the barn? Like, will we get an actual glimpse of what the aftermath looks like when episode 2 starts, is what I'm wondering. But
that was my big question. And I think they're just going to jump right to the aftermath. I don't think, because again, I don't really want to spoil anything, but I think they're going tomorrow. I mean, next episode, I think they're going to start with the aftermath, because I don't think they need, realistically, they can stop where they stopped and get everything that we need to have conveyed is conveyed. But man, how good is Cowboy now. I mean, Smiley was creepier by far, but Cowboy's more menacing because he talks more. He's a talker. He's up in your
He's
head.
a talker. He got that southern drawl to him as well, so it makes what he's saying have a little bit of kind of flair and flamboyance. I mean, we were wondering if any monster was ever going to be able to live up to the mantle that Smiley created. Smiley was the monster, and he still is in many ways. But if there's any monster on the show that can maybe take Smiley's place as that freaking head honcho monster, yeah, it might be the Cowboy monster here. Woody, as some of the chat has been calling him. Between him and the Granny monster, we got some absolutely incredibly scary scenes last night with the Granny monster in particular, when we finally see that scene play out in its entirety, the one that we've been seeing in the trailer of Ethan opening the door at night like a freaking nuts. And now we get full context as to why exactly he opened the door. We had a lot of theories swirling around as to what was possibly causing that. Now we get the real context. We get the real answer. But between Cowboy Monster and between how just absolutely creepy Granny Monster looked last night, I think those are the two. I think those are the two, especially now that the Nurse Monster has unfortunately been recast. And that was something I was a little bit disappointed with that. I feel like this Nurse Monster that we saw in season 2 was one of the coolest and creepiest monsters we've seen on the show up until this date. But if you look in the season 3, episode 1, the Nurse Monster that's in this episode is a different actress. They have a different actress playing the Nurse Monster now. Now, I don't know if that's because maybe there's more than one Nurse Monster lurking around and we'll see this one again, but I get the feeling they just recast the role. Maybe this actress wasn't available for some reason, but I'm really bummed that we're not seeing this Nurse Monster anymore because just look at her. She was absolutely crazy.
I like what they do too. I mean, it took me a minute to put my finger on it because they did the same thing with Jasmine, and I was like, something's off. I think they like darken the teeth, the gap between the teeth, because that's the same thing that you do. The same mistake that they make in like comics when people are inexperienced. They'll draw each tooth, and then there's a line, that space in between.
When in doubt, throw in some shading to hide that detail. Yep.
Yeah, and everybody, like the experienced people know that you don't have to draw each tooth individually. And I think they did that with Jasmine too, because she wasn't bad looking, as a girl, but
she's a pretty girl.
But man, there's something off, and I think it's something they're doing with the teeth and the way the unnatural smile as well. They're always happy, they're always unnaturally happy. There's
the
Granny.
most unnatural smile I've seen in this entire show I saw last night in the season 3 premiere. It's something that you kind of don't catch until you see the your second watch, or if you're paying attention to the background. But at that scene in the end, the mechanic monster, the freaking smile on the yoked mechanic monster, not the one that picks up Boyd's handcuffs, the other one that's on the other side of the room. Check out the smile on that mechanic monster. It is one of the creepiest smiles I've seen on this show to date. It really kind of it left me unsettled just looking at that mechanic smile. It was freaking nuts looking.
It was pretty good stuff, man. Yeah, definitely. And that's a strange one too. And I get the two of them mixed up because there's two guys with coveralls, but Yoke Mechanic is the guy with the Gomer pile cap that's flipped up in the front. Yeah, that guy.
That was the one that had the really creepy smile, the one with the hat on. Yes, exactly. But yeah, again, phenomenal episode. We won't spoil anymore. We'll keep it we will keep it light and until we start the actual premiere. But yeah, just again, absolutely insane way to start the season off. And I really think this might be their best season yet. I think this could be by far maybe their best season yet. It's just he did a wicked smile, right? The one with the hat on, just absolutely creepy smile. Any idea why the nurse took out her pocket watch and looked at it? No idea. That was something we were always analyzing as well. That's a scene that happens in season 2 when we first see the creepy nurse monster. In season 2, when she and all of the other monsters are going up to Randall's bus, we see her kind of pull out her watch and take a look at it and then put it back. And I was always wondering what exactly that meant. What was the point of that scene? And I don't know what the point of it was, but I definitely did notice it, Mike. I did see that last year for sure. Man, the monsters had me screaming at the screen, and Ethan too. I know, man. And again, I think this is something that a lot of us did want to see happen with From season 2. I mean, with From season 3. Season 1 was very monster heavy. It was pretty much, based. The monsters were the main threat. Then season 2 comes around, and by the time you get to the second half of season 2, the monsters are still there. There'll always be a threat, but the cicada entity really started to become the main focus of that second half of season 2. To the point where the monsters didn't take a back seat, but they weren't as prevalent because everyone was dealing with the cicada entity. And a lot of fans were wondering, okay, we really want to see the monsters come back in full swing in season 3, coming back with a bang. And I think that that is exactly what we're getting. And then again, that's another thing that I really love about not only MGM Plus, but the people that are in charge of producing this show from. They definitely seem that they are very much in tune with the fandom. They definitely listen to our criticisms. They definitely listen to our theories and stuff. They definitely have their ear to the ground when it comes to the pulse of the fandom. And it seems like they heard some of the people's criticisms from season 2, and they threw some of that in here in season 3 to kind of give people what they want in terms of finally getting definitive answers this year, which is something a lot of people wanted in season 2. I didn't mind personally. Again, I was solely ready for the first 2 or even the first 3 seasons of this show to have really no big answers, just considering I know how usually these mystery box style of storytelling plays out. You usually don't get into the answers until a little bit later on. So I was totally fine not getting any answers in the first 2 seasons, but a lot of people did want more answers by the time the second season ended. And it seems like MGM and From heard that criticism, and now they are giving us definitive answers this season. And again, it just gives me that much more respect for the people that are creating the show, because it seems like they really do care about the fandom, and they really care about putting forth the best product they can. And I respect that. Not every network thinks that way.
Yeah, yeah, and we were theorizing, in the absence of any hard facts, anything that they've provided to us, there was a lot of theorizing going on, even just from the trailers and stuff. We were, how do we draw the line? We have to draw the line from Tabitha, wherever she is, to Eloise, wherever Eloise is. Well, we still don't know where Eloise is, but we saw the church. In the trailer, we saw the meeting Henry, and we know that is something that happens, and we were all postulating, how is this going to happen? How is this going to happen? And sometimes, even, and again, not big answers, just little answers. And it was just like, oh, okay, well, yeah. Very, very, very simple, very simplistic. As elaborate as some of the theories that we had, getting those lines to connect. They just pretty much gave you a one line, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess
they
that's
gave
it.
us some nice stuff, and I get the feeling that's probably how season 3 will continue to progress. We're not going to get. I'm not expecting any crazy, huge, earth-shattering answers this early. I imagine they're going to save a lot of the bigger mysteries and the bigger answers for a little bit later on. But I definitely anticipate them starting to give us some of these more definitive, smaller answers as the season progresses. We'll get a little answer here, a little answer there. Something that'll give us as fans a little bit more context, so we can kind of more accurately predict where the show is going, now that we do have some of these more definitive data points that we didn't have coming out of the second season. But yeah, awesome stuff. Let me get to these real quick. We got some super chats from Vanessa Wicked. Thank you so much, Vanessa Wicked, for the $5. Very much appreciate that, my friend. The monsters were like, you feel safe? Ha 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 ha. I got a trick for you. Yes, they did. They did. And that was something that we did kind of theorize early on when we saw the trailer. I don't know why. I had a feeling that the monsters were going to deliberately do what they did in order to set a trap for the people of the town, an ambush, as it were, because we do hear Boyd talking about it was an ambush in the season 3 trailer. So we knew some kind of ambush was coming at some point. And then when I saw the other, trailers and some of the other stills of the animals out at night, I thought, okay, this is the monsters deliberately doing that. And it was awesome to see some of our theories that actually did come true. We got another 5 for Luna Cascade. Thank you so much, Luna. 100% agree with this to every single degree. For those who haven't seen it yet, everything has stepped up, especially the makeup. 100%. The makeup, the visual effects. This show doesn't rely a whole lot on visual effects and CGI, but in the small cases that they do use it, it looked pretty good. It looked a little bit better than the first two seasons, almost like they're kind of improving a little bit more after each season. But yeah, the makeup looked good. The aesthetics looked good. The town looked good. The night shots looked incredibly good. I mean, anyone who's been a House of the Dragon or a Game of Thrones fan, you know that sometimes scenes that are shot at night, if the cinematography is not handled correctly, the scenes can come out very dark, kind of hard to see. I mean, we all had that problem with not only Thrones, but House of the Dragon as well. But whatever they're doing on From, whoever the cinematographer is on From, they are doing a phenomenal job at bringing these nighttime film scenes to life in a way where everything looks crisp and 100% clear. There's not a single point in this episode where I couldn't tell what was going on because it was too dark, like we have seen in other shows. So the cinematography has been phenomenal.
Yeah, and nothing it makes me madder than not being able to see anything. That takes me out of the scene immediately, and half the time I just want to walk away because if I can't see it, then I feel like they didn't tell me it. They didn't show me anything. Yeah,
you gotta be able to see what's going on in a show like this, because a lot of stuff happens at night too. I mean, the monsters only come out at night. Yes, we get a good amount of day scenes, but it's the nighttime scenes that really, really make this show, in my opinion. And when we have nighttime scenes like this, where you can really just crisp, clear see everything that is happening, it's a nice treat, because not all the cinematography for all the shows that we like are this good. But we got Becky T for another $1.99. Can't located how to become a channel member. Well, if anyone wants to become a channel member, if you click on where the super chat function is that you just clicked on, below it you should see super stickers, super chat, and membership. If you click on membership, that should directly tell you how to become a member. If you can't find it there, if you go to my main homepage, you should see a join button. At the top of at the top of my main home YouTube page. One of those two should be able to bring you to the steps that you need to become a member. And of course, members have access to all of our custom From emojis, which we will be rotating in and out as the season progresses. But yeah, if anyone was wondering, that is how you become a member. If you click on that super chat function, you should see membership option below it. And thank you so much for the $1.99. And thank you so much, Luna. Thank you so much, Vanessa V, for these super chats. And I owe you guys some woes. Oh, some woes. Let's do a second woe for good measure. There we go. There we go. But yeah, just again, it's not very often where a season premiere comes along and, like I said earlier, not only meets my expectations, but completely surpasses them. And I do always have high expectations for this show because I know how good it is capable of being. So when a show sets a bar this high, as fans, you want to see the show continue to meet that bar every season. And they've not only been meeting it every season, they've been surpassing it, especially in season 3. So again, I could not be happier about the future of the show and where this thing is potentially going. I feel like the show is in phenomenally good hands. They're incredibly creative. John Griffin is an absolute genius for coming up with a narrative this complex and this not only complex. I mean, the mystery nature of the show is great, don't get me wrong, but what makes the show really great are the characters. It's the human element inside the mystery. You got all this weird monsters and supernatural stuff going on, but at the core, it really is just about a group of humans trying to survive and come together under the most strenuous of circumstances. So while I love the mystery and I love kind of foreshadowing and theorizing and seeing where this is going to lead and that is going to lead, just the regular own human element of this show is sometimes where it shines the most, from just these phenomenal performances we have from these actors. This is one of the best cast of actors and actresses I have seen in a very long time, and they have absolutely phenomenal writing to go along with their skills. So again, it feels like the stars just aligned perfect to make this show as good as it is, and I could not be more thankful to John Griffin, Jeff Pinker, MGM, everybody that has a hand in the show. Harold Perrineau, of course, the man leading the charge. I'm so grateful that we have this awesome show to look forward to for the next 9 straight weeks too. I love it.
Yeah, I just like how tight everything is. I mean, they don't have a lot of dead weight, they don't have a lot of fat, but it is kind of a pulse pounding pace, but it doesn't. At least to me, it didn't feel like rushed. Everything was there for a reason. Even the slower dialogue scenes, they had a little time to cook. They said whatever they needed to say, to progress, those characters' storylines. But as far as the tapestry is pretty tight, the one that they're weaving.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty. I mean, and again, man, I have a critic in the back of my mind. I always keep an eye out for what could have been better or what could have. I'm ready to say. I'm ready to say if something isn't measuring up. But I'm satisfied, man, and they haven't given me any reason not to have faith that the next 9 episodes aren't gonna to keep up this pace. So yeah, man, I don't know.
I'm ready. I am super ready. And it looks like we are approaching the hour now. So I will check in with Discord and I will see if they are all ready to go. They are. It looks like Discord is all ready to go. And it looks like either I think Kiwi Skirt or BK already has the episode loaded up. So if anybody, depending on what you choose to do, there are 2 options for this watch party. You can either load up the first episode on whatever device or whatever you watch, whether it's your TV, your laptop, whatever. You can load up your own MGM Plus app and set it to 0000, and we all hit play at the same time. Or if you want it to be a little bit easier, all you got to do is click on that link that is pinned to the top of my chat that says the Watch Party Discord link, and that will take you directly to our Discord. And there, all you got to do is hop into the Watch Party section, and you should be able to see it pretty easily over there on the left hand side, and that will take you directly to the Discord watch party, where all you got to do is kick back and watch the screen there as my awesome moderators stream the episode live in the Discord. So you got 2 options. The option is yours. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry if you couldn't find it, Becky T. Again, I mean, if you hit, I don't know what device you're on, if you're on a computer or if you're on mobile. If you're on mobile, if you hit the super chat section down in the bottom right, the little option that usually kind of gives you the option to send a super chat. Usually right below super chat, you should see membership. And if you click on that, that should take you there. But I don't know if you're on mobile or if you're on a computer. If you're on a computer and it's not showing up, maybe check it on a mobile device if you can, and it should pop up there. But I appreciate the enthusiasm. We love to see new members of the show, and we are planning on doing something special for the paid members of this show, of this channel. It's something that I've been planning to do for the From fans for a very long time. I'm not 100% sure to the logistics if I can make it happen and the legalities of it. But if I can make it happen, I am going to be 3D printing mini talismans, 100% accurate to how they are in the show, the exact same symbols and everything. I am going to try and 3D print a bunch of mini talismans, and if anyone is a member of the channel, I will be sending them out to members for free if they so choose. I know not everybody likes having things sent to them. Not many people like giving their address away, which is totally cool, but it's just an option for anybody that does want it. If you do want the free mini talisman, I will be working out a way to get those printed out and get those sent out to all of the members of the channel, hopefully before the season ends. But yeah, big thank you to all the members. You guys have been just so supportive of this channel, and I never in a million years would have thought that this channel would have gotten any kind of support at this degree. So I can't thank each and every one of you enough. So I really want to find some way of giving back to all of the support you guys have shown us. Because again, it's so awesome. You guys have made this fandom the coolest and most exciting fandom I have ever been a part of. And again, that's thanks to each and every one of you in the chat, in the Discord, watching the videos, promoting the channel, sharing out the videos. It means a lot to me. It definitely means a lot to me. So thank you. All right, awesome stuff. All right, Ty Briggs is in the Discord and the tablet on the YouTube. That is the way you do it right there. That is probably the best viewing experience you could get. If you have two different devices, you keep the YouTube open on one here, and you have the Discord open on another, and you can kind of watch and react along with us here in the chat. But let me take a look over at the Discord, and I will. I'm going to communicate with them right now, and we will give a 10-second or so countdown, and then we will all hit play. Or if you want, you can hop in the Discord, and you don't have to hit play or anything. You can just sit back and watch. So yeah, Kiwi or BK, whoever is down there.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? All right, thank you, Ravener. All right, awesome. Awesome. The Discord watch party is starting soon. Our good pal Kiwi is getting ready to hit play. So anybody that wants to watch in the Discord, hop on in there. Or if you want to watch on your own device, get ready to hit play in around 10-15 seconds or so. And then it will start. Awesome stuff. Not seeing anything in the Discord. If you click on our Discord link, you should see the watch party section over there on the left-hand side. As soon as you hop into the main Discord, if you scroll down a little bit, you should see the watch party section. You should already see a bunch of people are already in there. You just click on that and hit enter watch party, and you're in. It's that simple. It is that simple. But yeah, hopefully you guys are having okay with it. BK just dropped the link for it there in the chat. So if anybody needs a direct link to the watch party, there it is down there in the chat. Thank you very much for that, BK. And yeah, whenever you guys are ready, we are ready to go. So let me pull up my stills. I do have stills for episode 1, and I will keep them kind of playing as the episode plays. All right. Awesome stuff, guys. Here we go. Now, whenever I hear Kiwi hit play, I'll let everybody know, and anybody that's watching on their own devices, you guys can hit play at the same time. So yeah, whenever Kiwi is ready. Awesome stuff. Man, what a premiere. Again, I am so pumped that From is back, guys. This is so awesome. From is back. From is officially back. All right.
Are you hearing my SD? Sorry, I just realized.
There we go. It is starting in a few seconds, guys.
All right.
Yep, ready. All right, Kiwi is hitting play right now. So if you guys are watching on your own device, hit play right now. The watch party has officially started. Let's go. Let's go, ladies and gents. Awesome. All right, Becky D says mine started. Love it. That's what I like to see. Awesome. Very, very nice. Very, very nice.
Yeah. And if anybody has a hot mic, if I server me, you don't be offended. I'll lift it when chat time begins.
Awesome. All right, here we go. The episode is live. Right now we are on the previously on for anybody that's watching not in the Discord. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, you definitely will, Flying Kitten. I mean, when I rewatched it for a second time, I picked up a ton of things I didn't see on the first go around. And that's what's great about this show. You really need to watch each episode at least 2 or 3 times to really get it. Boyd shooting down Reggie. Love watching that scene. And Reggie trying to take out Boyd. What the hell are you thinking, brother? What are you thinking? Put that shotgun down before you hurt yourself. Awesome, Elizabeth. This will be my second watch as well. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. We got Tug in the building. What is up, Tug? What a freaking ending for the newest episode. Right, man? Holy shit. We are actually getting ready to do our encore watch party. So anybody who wants to join us, the Discord link is pinned to the top of the chat. That will take you right to the watch party in our Discord. But yeah, right, Tug? I mean, holy cow. What a way to start the season off, my friend. What a way. Insane. Absolutely insane. Oh, I thought Tug was a mod. I need to make Tug a mod. There we go. There we go. Now Tug's a mod. Yeah, thank you for popping in, my friend. I hope you're having a good night. Hope you're enjoying the show. Awesome, awesome stuff. Man. Yeah, and it looks like we got around a 2 or 3 day time jump from Fromville, but at least Tabitha's scene picks up right where it left off. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Oler. I might have missed your question. Whatever your question was, throw it in the chat again, and I will definitely answer it. I'm sorry if I missed it the first time. Yes, yeah, the watch party has started, Ty. It's happening in the Discord, though. Unfortunately, I can't play the episode here on YouTube. My channel would get struck down faster than I can spit. But the episode is playing in our Discord right now. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. All you got to do is hit that link, and that will take you directly to the Discord watch party. And it is currently playing. The episode just started. Oh, you're in the Discord and it's frozen. It seems to be playing well for me, and I don't know if anybody else is having it. If it's frozen for you, maybe back out and come back in, see if that refreshes it for you, because it seems to be playing for everybody else. Sometimes popping out and popping back in will refresh it for you. Question was, I have a question. The monsters can see Boyd everywhere and say, this place can't destroy me. Why didn't they find him when he was hiding underground? When he was hiding underground. When was Boyd hiding underground? Like when he first arrived here, like when he first arrived in the town before they found the talismans, how come those hiding spots didn't get found? That's a good question. I mean, it does seem like the monsters know almost everything they're doing. But if that's the case, how come they didn't find those hiding spots every single night? Yeah, that's a good question. If that's what you're referring to, I don't know the answer to that. I do not know. So it's still not very clear as to how much the monsters know and how they know what they know. That's still not clear where they're getting their information from. But yeah, no, good question. It is a good question. And as Tabitha is leaving, we see 2225 on the door room, which is another indication of the 4-7 that we see spread all over the show of From. 2 plus 2 is 4. 2 plus 5 is 7. Another 4, 7. They're hitting us over the head with these 4 7s. Oh, awesome, Becky, you found it. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Welcome, Becky. So glad to have you as a member, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And now you have access to all of the custom From emojis. And this has been an interesting theory that's been going around. What if the talismans don't actually work, but the monsters pretend they do? Oof. Now that would be an interesting twist. And here we see the boy in white, the new boy in white, which is played by a completely new actor by the looks of it. As he almost gets Tabitha hit by a damn car. Shit. I don't know about this boy in white, guys. I don't know if he's on the level. I don't know if he's on the level. Yeah, new boy in white's a little bit creepy. Yeah, pay attention, Tabitha. Yeah, that is not the boy in white, Tabitha. Why are you going up to some random kid, you creep? What are you doing?
And welcome, Becky T, new member.
Yep, yeah, I just saw that. That is awesome. Welcome, welcome, Becky T. I'm glad you found it. And for anybody that's not watching in the Discord, if you're watching on your own device, the From intro sequence just started playing. The title song intro. That beautiful cover of Que Sera Sera by the Pixies. Love that song. And Robert Saunders was telling me last night that there's a little subtle differences in this intro compared to the last, but I went and compared this intro to the season 2 finale intro, and they're exactly the same. I watched them frame by frame. I didn't see a single difference, but maybe I just missed it. Yeah, Tabby does kind of look like a homeless woman beat up a kid carrying a kid's beat up and carrying a kid's lunchbox. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want her coming up to my kid and just saying, "Hey, what's up? What did you mean by this is the only way?" Yeah, this is an encore watch party. We watched we did our live watch party last night at midnight when the episode first dropped, but not everybody had access to watch it then, so I got a lot of requests to do another watch party Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern when it starts for everybody else. So this is our encore watch party, and if anybody wants to join along, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. It is playing in our Discord right now. The episode just started. Oh, that is awesome, Becky. No one in my real life watches this show, so happy to be with fellow fanatics. Absolutely, my friend. You came to the right place because we are just as obsessed with the show as each and every one of you are as well. And yeah, welcome to the From fandom. Good to have you. And we see Boyd right off the bat. The shakes are coming back. The shakes are coming back. We were wondering if Boyd's Parkinson's would ever return. It might be. Love seeing Father Cautry again. Oh, if the Discord is already full, yeah, I don't know how many people it allows in, but if the Discord is already full, you can also load up the episode on whatever you usually watch MGM Plus on, and you can hit play along with the rest of us. We have just started the episode. The intro sequence just finished playing. Certainly didn't expect the Discord to fill up that quick. That's awesome. Wow. So what are you? What is Kotri? Is it just his subconscious playing tricks on him? Is this the real Kotri returned? Or is this some other trick that Fromville is playing on Boyd? I don't know. Oh wow, that's awesome, LT. I think that's our biggest watch party in Discord yet. Tien Chen snatching up Ethan real quick as he tries to dip off into the forest. Yeah, Ghost Kotri might be sus, Mike. You might be right. And it seems like Jim still has a little bit of that freaking bum leg, that he's still walking around with a slight bit of a limp. Jim is not healing as fast as some of our other characters have healed. And I think that's because he's actively trying to look for a way out. He's quote unquote breaking the rules. And it's a pretty interesting parallel as well. We see Ethan trying to take off to go after his mother, almost the exact same thing that Eloise did in the flashback as she takes off after her mother. But luckily, unfortunately, Eloise didn't have a Tien Chen to snatch her up and bring her back. I love how they brought that scene. They referenced the tent getting dragged scene again, and I love that. That tells me that they are going to be exploring that a little bit more this season. Maybe we will finally figure out what the heck was dragging that tent. And maybe whatever was dragging the tent is the same thing that we see later on in this episode, or hear later on in this episode. Oof, Fatima, feeling that morning sickness. Yeah, I think Jim's on the shit list for real. I think that's why Jim doesn't heal fast, and I think that's why Boyd hasn't been healing fast as well. Boyd still has that cut on his hand from very early on in the show. It seems like the characters that are actively looking for a way out, quote unquote, breaking the rules, it seems like they are on Fromville's shit list. Yeah, I agree. Whereas Ethan and Ellis aren't breaking the rules, and they healed incredibly fast. Yeah, someone was just telling me this as well. I had no idea that there was even a limit that the Discord allowed. I thought as many people could go in there as you guys wanted. I didn't know there was even a limit to it. But if you can't get into the Discord, you can still watch along with us if you want to upload your own MGM Plus device, and you can hit play, and you can catch up right where we are, and you can kind of watch along that way. But yeah, my apologies. I had no idea the Discord limited how many people could hop into a watch party. I thought it was limitless. Got a $2 super chat from D Wag. Yes, Ravener's the man. I mean, Raven. Nice. Yeah, and it might be the limit until that R level is up. What timestamp? I will ask Kiwi. Let me see, Kiwi. What is the timestamp? Is the timestamp currently? Let me find out exactly. Kiwi, can you give me a timestamp as to where we are in the episode? How many minutes in? So people in the chat can sync up with us. Let's see. I can probably just load it up. Oh, there we go. We are about 17 minutes in. Anybody who wants to join us on your own MGM Plus device, load up season 3, episode 1, and go to around 17 minutes in, and you'll be pretty caught up with where we are. Just past the 17-minute mark. Just past 17 minutes for anybody who wants to catch up on their own device. Jade! Throwing some kind of shit out the window. And we were wondering earlier why the monsters couldn't get in if Jade had a big gaping hole in his window. But we hear Kenny say something here that I'll board that up. So I think Kenny boarded it up before nightfall. Yeah, exactly, Ty. Yep, perfect. They're just entering the bar where Jade. If you see my stills here on the screen, I'm trying to keep it accurately with where they are playing. So that's where we are right now in the episode. Jade hammered in the bar, trying to figure out this on Kui thing. There we see Kenny say, "I'll get that boarded up." Jade's the best. Jade is the best. Oh, no problem, my friend. I'm sorry that I didn't, like I said, I didn't know I don't know much about Discord yet. Still, I kind of only created that so the fans would have a place to go and hang. So I'm still not too familiar with it. I had no idea there was a limit to the watch party. So if there's a way to extend that for next week, I'll figure out how to do it. If I have to boost the server a few times to get it extended, I will extend it to 100 because I think BK said you can extend it to 99, I believe. So I'll do that for next week's watch party so more people can pile on in. And I think this scene gave us some more confirmation to let us know that Tabitha is indeed in the real world and it's not some kind of Fromville 2.0 place, because that was a pretty big theory split down the fandom. Some people thought she was in the real world. Some people thought she was still stuck in some other part of Fromville. But I think this gives us all the confirmation that we need that Tabitha is in the real world. I mean, she calls her mother and her mother answers. I think that is giving us the confirmation that she is back in 2022 in the real world. Imagine Tabitha's mother after this damn phone call. I mean, this would have made me even more freaked out. Oh, Ravener boosted the server. Okay. Oh, wow. Awesome. Thank you, Ravener.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I don't know if it raises your capacity any, but yeah, we'll give it a shot.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it works. Yeah, I mean, right, Tim? If I was Tabitha's mother, this scene would have made me even more worried about her. Hearing her in this frantic state, not really saying much. Yeah. Ugh. Her mother must be worried sick. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know how long she was been gone. But I think it's been, I mean, that would have given us an exact, accurate depiction of how much time has passed since the Matthews family arrived in Fromville. But I believe it's only been a month or two. But I don't know the exact amount of time, unfortunately. They haven't confirmed that. Exactly. That's what I would think as well. I mean, you hear that phone call, it's like, man, did you and the whole family get kidnapped or something? What the hell's going on here? Yeah, my mind would be racing. And they could potentially end up tracking down the phone, but it wasn't Tabitha's phone. It was somebody else's cell phone. And that's the thing. You can track down a cell phone, but the police have to be on the other end of the call, ready to track it while the call is active. If a phone call only lasts, I mean, I know how it looks in the movies and shows sometimes, but how it really works in the real world, cops have to actually be on the line, actively tracing the call while it is active. Once Tabitha hangs up, they can't trace it anymore. And if the phone call only lasts 30 seconds or a minute, they would have a tough time triangulating it that quick, at least how it really works. And Tabitha's lucky because it wasn't her phone she was using. They might be able to track that phone down at some point, but all they're going to do is find those two girls. They won't find Tabitha. We will get the trailer for episode 2. The trailer is usually not loaded up on the MGM Plus app. The only way to check out the trailer for episode 2 is to watch the episode live on Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern on the actual MGM channel. Not the app, but the actual channel on TV. That is the only place they play the preview for the next week's episode, and they'll be airing that tonight right after this episode airs if you're watching on the actual MGM channel, not the app, the actual channel itself. That's the only way you can see the trailers. But I always download them myself, and I will always be uploading them here to the channel, and I'll be doing very in-depth breakdowns of the trailer. So if you guys don't get a chance to see them, you should be able to find them all here on my channel around Tuesday morning, the latest. Man, the food is empty. The food is empty. Yeah, when they'll sometimes upload them on Twitter or YouTube. That's usually not for a few days later. Like last year, they wouldn't upload the trailers until Wednesday or Thursday sometimes. They don't usually upload them right away. I'll have them on my channel every week on Tuesday, and that's probably the closest place you'll be able to find them if you don't watch them live. But eventually, they will be on their Twitter, but it takes a few days for them to do that. This scene was infuriating, seeing these people storm into Tien Chen's house to steal all the food. And we talked a little bit about this. We knew that the town was going to start to get dire. We knew things were going to get bad when this food shortage hit. But boy, did they waste no time in seeing this town start to devolve into chaos. Got Randall trying to steal goats. This is one of my favorite scenes of the episode right here. This is one of the best episodes here with the dialogue between Boyd and Randall. Victor pulling out the strap. I love Victor, man. Victor's the fucking best. Victor is the best. Yeah, it would have been nice to get a 2-hour premiere. That would have been really awesome. This episode flew by so fast. But man, I love this scene right here, the dialogue between Boyd and Randall. Boyd's like, or we could do this right here, right now. And Randall wanted none of that smoke. Yes, Victor is a hero. Absolutely, Christine. Like, Victor is a true hero. Yeah, it was a funny scene, right? With the goat. Yeah, Victor was ready. He was ready to put one in Randall. And Boyd gets ready to step up and kick his ass right here, but Randall wisely backs down. I know, right? Of all the goats, you pick the kid's goat. It's like put that goat back and grab a different one. You know that's the kid's favorite goat. Just put it back at that point. Yeah, Randall can be an asshole sometimes. Love this scene right here. This dialogue from Boyd. We can do this right here, right now. Boyd was getting ready to lay a stomp down on Randall. Randall don't want that. Randall doesn't want, he don't want none of Boyd. We can do this right here, right now. Harold Perrineau's such a good actor, right? Like, phenomenal scene. Just absolutely phenomenal scene. Yeah, Victor's the OG. Victor's the OG, for sure. I hope he will at some point. I hope Randall will redeem himself at some point. He's shown small glimpses at times that he can be heroic, and we'll actually see that a little bit later on in this episode. But yeah, maybe we'll see if he has a redemption arc. And here we get our first appearance of the weird totems. What exactly are these totems? These scarecrow totem things? What are they for? And how come a lot of them seem to have that same weird cut on their forehead that Jim has and all of the Ankui children have? I don't know if that's a coincidence or what. Tons of these totems. And here we see a new settlement for the first time. Yeah, Randall wanted none of that. Randall wanted none of Boyd. Yeah, he should give Victor back his gun at some point. I mean, I don't know if he will or not, but Victor saved the whole Matthews family's lives with that gun in season 1 by fending off the dogs. Yeah, creepy, messed up looking scarecrows, right? Like, I look forward to finding out more about these things and what their purpose is. Do they serve some kind of function? Is it some other form of talisman? Do they ward off evil in some way? Are they a warning of evil ahead? Like, what exactly are these totems and scarecrows for? That's a good point. I mean, Jim does bring up a good point there. Maybe Boyd's tent did just get dragged past all of this, and that's why Boyd doesn't know any of this is here. Because the tent did get dragged pretty far. And again, I love that that's the second time in this episode that they're referencing what was dragging the tent in season 1. Because that's something I think a lot of us have been wondering for a long time. What the heck was dragging that tent? Because I don't think it was a monster. I don't think it was a monster. No, I don't think they've gone through all of that, but the tent could have been dragged past all of that. Like they went just completely past it. Maybe not through it, but the tent might have been dragged completely past all of that. We're not sure which direction the tent was dragged in, really. But wherever they got dragged to, it could have been right past this thing, and they never really went near it. Yeah, a lot of people seem to think it was a giant spider. That was a big theory when season 1 and season 2 were on, that maybe it was a giant spider. Wonder why we didn't see. Oh, we do see Sarah this episode, only for a split second, but Sarah does make an appearance in this episode a little bit later on.
Oh, right on. BK's simulcasting, so if you can't get into Kiwi Skirt's stream, you can go into BK's, and they're synced.
This scene is so creepy. And we called it. We knew that this thing was going to return in season 3 based off that casting call we saw early on. And boy, look at it. Look at it. So creepy. So freaking creepy. And it's pretty interesting that Fanny Pack Granny was in his dream as well. And then he wakes up and she's not there. Like, what's going on here? Creepy. Tien Chen with the good idea here. Try some different spots of soil in different areas. Maybe the soil isn't poisoned everywhere, maybe. It's worth a shot. Yeah, the thing doesn't look like Fatima anymore. When the casting call went out, they were specifically looking for an actress of Asian descent. And if you look at the monster in season 3, it does kind of have a little bit of an kind of Asian face to it. So yeah, and I don't think that monster has anything to do with Fatima at this point. Poor Ethan. Ethan just doesn't want the animals to get killed. And it's interesting. I mean, in a show like this where you're surrounded by absolute nightmares, you still have this kid Ethan who at the end of the day he's still just a kid, you know? He doesn't want to see animals that he likes get hurt and all of that. So that's what I love about this show. You have all this crazy stuff going on, but then you have some really good just human moments like this. And here we see again Boyd kind of grabbing his arm as he approaches Ethan. I don't know, guys. It looks like Boyd's Parkinson's might be back. He's shaking like a leaf in this episode in a few different scenes.
Yeah, Tian Chen's getting the Rainey's treatment. She's getting good lines right before right before the end.
Yeah, yeah, right before. Yeah. That's the thing. Everybody in this cast, every single actor on this show is phenomenal at their role. Yep, he's shaking, pouring the glass. And at the beginning of the episode, when he's trying to put the bandage on, he's shaking there as well when Father Cautry appears. So it looks like the Parkinson's might be back. Now, HP, Ethan's seen so much. He's a man with a job and mortgage. I know, right? Look how much he's grown up from seasons 2 to 3. He looks like he's a full-on teenager now. And thank you so much, LT, for the 199. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. And here we go. Tabitha getting ready to meet good old Henry. And I almost wonder if Victor knew maybe Tabitha would find this in the bottom of the lunchbox, and maybe that's why he gave her the lunchbox in the first place. Did Victor know a little bit more than he was letting on? Maybe, I don't know. Instantly recognizes it. Instantly recognizes the lunchbox. And a lot of us were wondering, is this Victor's father? I mean, that was kind of the main theory going in, and it looks like a lot of us were right. It looks like it is Victor's dad. But we see him walking in with the with the 6-pack of beer, and you start to wonder, yeah, was he like an alcoholic, abusive father? Maybe he might have been. He might have been. Maybe that's why he wasn't with them when they got stuck in Fromville. Or did he get stuck in Fromville at some point and escape? I mean, so many questions we need to learn about Henry.
Yeah, and yeah. And people wanted
And maybe
to put
that's
the
it. Maybe Victor's just afraid to leave. Maybe he doesn't want to go back to the real world because he doesn't want to go back to his abusive father. And here we see the mysterious tapping. What is tapping on the outside of the cabin? This instantly reminded me of 2 different scenes. Obviously, it reminded me of whatever was dragging Boyd and Sarah's tent at the end of season 1. Is this the same thing here? Or it also reminded me of that knock we hear in season 2 when they're all trapped in the RV and Boyd, Donna, Randall, and Jim hear a knocking coming from the bottom of the RV. I'm starting to wonder what else is out here. What else is out here? Here we go. Here we go. The monsters are definitely getting smarter. They are upping their tactics for sure. They are evolving their tactics again. Ah, poor cow. The poor cow. Ah. And this is something we haven't really ever seen before. The monsters just outright screeching and wiping blood on themselves. That's one thing we've always noticed about the monsters. They tend to be dirty every once in a while, but we never really see a whole lot of blood on the monsters' clothes. So that was a new one. We hadn't seen that before.
And thank you, Makita1, Ice and Fire member.
We got Makita1. Yes. Thank you so much, Makita, for becoming a member of the channel. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Fromily. Make sure to make use of all of those custom From emojis. And for anyone who is a member of the channel, if you ever have any specific requests for new From emojis you want me to make that you guys can use, leave those suggestions in the comment section after the stream ends. I will always see them there. So welcome. Thank you. Ah, Boyd, Tianchen. No! No! Need a cow emoji now? Okay, we can do a cow emoji. Ah, man, guys. Ah, guys, brace yourselves. Brace yourselves for a crazy scene. Gut-wrenching, heartbreaking.
Safe and sound. At least they're inside.
Safe and sound. They made it. They made it. They made it into the barn. They got the talisman. They're safe, right?
Whew.
They're safe, right? Nope, not safe. It was all a trap. This is where they wanted Boyd the whole time. And one thing I notice here, look at all the monsters it takes to hold Boyd down. Boyd's shoving monsters off him left and right. Boyd's a fucking badass. He is an absolute badass. It takes all three of these monsters to hold Boyd down. Took all three of them to hold Boyd down. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Yes, Boyd. Yes. We're not gonna kill you, Boyd. That would be no fun. No, 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 Tianchen. No. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. No. No. Oh my God. Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, man, Cowboy, he'll tell you about it. He'll tell you you know what he's gonna do. He knows what you're up to, and he knows what he's gonna do, how he's gonna respond.
Oh my God. It's just, yeah, it's so hard to hear, right? Like, and this is why I'm so impressed with the way they chose to showcase this scene. If they wanted to, they could have gone really gory and actually showed us what happened to Tianchen. But I think playing it this way was a way better choice. We were talking about this a little bit last night when we were first watching, and it's almost like the imagination of imagining what is happening to her is way worse than actually seeing what is happening to her, because then your imagination just starts running wild. Are they skinning her alive? Are they breaking her bones? Are they ripping her apart? What are they doing to Tien Chen? And then seeing Boyd's reaction again. If we already didn't need another example of how phenomenal of an actor that Harold Perrineau is, boy, does this scene showcase that. The guy is just, he really is one of the best actors doing it today.
Yeah,
Man.
Yeah, when they cut like that, that was the thing for me. I was like, that was the one thing I was like, well, that's a decision that they made. I said, are they going to continue? Because they're not done, obviously. But I think what they'll do, my prediction for the next episode is they'll just start in with the aftermath. We've already seen, Boyd carrying a body bundled up in a sheet, which was, it's got to be her. So we know this probably, I would say it's probably, but maybe not then the, oh wait, because Jade was with him when he's pushing the wheelbarrow, right? In the trailer.
And we know that Boyd is still handcuffed to this wall. And that's what I was thinking, that the morning will come around. I imagine Jade and everybody else, they're probably writing Boyd and Tien Chen both off for dead. But then the next morning's going to come around. I get the feeling Jade will probably go into the barn. He'll probably see the carnage. He'll see Boyd still handcuffed to the post. And I think, yes, that is probably why we see Jade and Boyd wheeling the cart up the road. And that's probably going to be taking place pretty early on in episode 2, I would imagine.
Man, oh man, yeah, and they did. You know what? That bloody scalp is just enough. It's just enough to convey what's going on. Yeah,
this is all you needed to see. And honestly, I almost wish I never even saw that. But yes, you see that one gruesome. They scalp her a little bit, pull a chunk of her scalp off, and then the camera just slowly pans. Just slowly zooms in more and more on Boyd, and you just. Man, the reaction on Boyd's face. And Harold Perrineau talked a little bit about this scene in an interview, and he said the directors and the writers, when they were filming the scene, they did give him kind of in-depth details as to what the monsters were doing to her. So that way Harold Perrineau, as an actor, could better kind of react to what was happening. So Boyd was given, Harold Perrineau anyway, was given kind of specific details as to what they were doing to Tien Chen. And apparently it probably just helped his reaction that much more to know just how savagely they were killing her. So that's another, again, phenomenal acting from Harold Perrineau to be able to pull off a scene with that much emotion and that much grit and that much intensity while we don't see really a single bit of the actual gore. Just, they filmed this scene so well. Absolutely phenomenal.
Do you have the smile? Do you have the yoke mechanic smile isolated?
I do have the yoke. Yeah, I do have the yoke mechanic smile, and he's just right. Look how creepy this yoke mechanic is. He's super creepy, bro.
Yeah, that's a predatory smile. Yeah, that's a
predator smile. That's a smile that says, "Get your kids out of the park now." And here we can get a better look at the nurse monster. As we can see, it is a different actress playing the nurse monster this year. This was the actress that played the nurse monster in season 2. Super creepy looking. I was really looking forward to seeing this nurse monster return. But unfortunately, it looks like they recasted the nurse monster role. There's a different actress playing her now she looks cool, but doesn't look anywhere near as creepy as the first one. But I think I have another still of the creepy mechanic smile.
And I wonder if that's like maybe a product of the strike. I mean, if you're an actor, you've got to find work.
Maybe.
You can't just you can't just sit tight for a year for a job like this that doesn't have a speaking role or one line per season or something. Yeah, because I know that's what happened with Dale, right? Dale's got another job. He's going to be in the season, but he had when you're an actor, you got to work. I would imagine you got to pay them bills.
Yeah, I imagine so. And that's the thing. I mean, actors that were, any American-based actors would have been forbidden to work during that time, but British actors and abroad actors would have been free to find other jobs. So yeah, it could have just been a scheduling conflict that maybe that nurse monster was booked up by the time season 3 did come back around and start filming. Maybe they just didn't have access to the same actress, so they recast the role maybe. But yeah, I'm gonna miss the creepy nurse monster because she was absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I was bummed that they never brought Jasmine back, and I have to assume that she, because she was fairly well received. They could have done something with her. So, but I have to assume. But it's funny, man. Sometimes people will do one role and then just never act again. I think the girl who played Jasmine, I think she hasn't done much. If I remember, her filmography in IMDb was
Yeah.
pretty sparse.
Yeah, I that's something I know. We've always been wondering, like, where exactly is that Jasmine monster? That's the only monster we haven't seen again. Like a lot of the monsters we see in season 1, we tend to see the same monsters in season 2 and now in season 3. It seems like they're doing a pretty good job at, locking down as many of these extras for a long period of time as they can. Really, those are the only 2 monsters that have been replaced. We got a new nurse monster this year, and we haven't seen Jasmine ever since season 1. I was really hoping to see Jasmine again because she was like the first monster that ever really had actual dialogue. Like, yes, the granny monster has a few lines in the very first episode when she's convincing Megan to open the window, but the Jasmine monster was the first monster that had proper dialogue. So yeah, I was hoping we were going to see her again.
Yeah, and she had a full-on relationship with Kevin. And see, the thing is though, and a lot of people keyed in on the very few handful of lines that she had, like, I didn't choose to be this way, stuff like that. I still think that was a complete lie. Other people, took that as an idea that she was actually being honest with him. Yeah. It could be. I mean, that's the thing. I would like to have that explored. Was she just lying? Or was she telling the truth that she didn't choose to be this way? Because right now we don't have any kind of indication what creates them or where they come from, what, the whole process or anything like that. So she may have been entirely telling the truth. I just felt like she was just kind of
possible.
Like talking about how it's cold or, kind of like threatening to not hang out with Kevin anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, this was another recast that we got. It looks like they did recast the boy in white. It doesn't look like it's the same actor that played the boy in white in season 1 and 2. And when we see that scene of the boy in white at the end of season 2, when he pushes Tabitha out the window, I thought that was a different actor playing the boy in white from season 1. But it wasn't. It was the same actor. He had just aged up so much in between seasons 1 and 2 that he looked like a completely different kid. I imagine by now, by the time they get to season 3, that original actor that was playing the boy in white, he probably just looks too old now. So they probably had to just recast the role to someone that looked a little bit more of the age that they want to portray this boy in white character in. Because yes, this does look like it's a completely different actor from the end of season 2. I mean, if we check out this kid's face here, and then if we look at the boy in white at the end of season 2, it's pretty. It looks pretty clear like these are 2 different actors.
I'm sorry. I really am. This is the only way.
Yeah, it looks like a different kid. It looks like they did indeed recast the actor who played the boy in white. And again, it's probably just because the original actor just aged up a little too much. He probably just looks too old now, so they had to recast the role. And we're seeing that happen with Ethan right now as well. Like, look at how much Ethan has grown up in between seasons 2 and 3. Like, he's like a full-blown teenager now. The kid looks way older. So yeah, I wonder how the show will end up playing that. Or will it ever get to a point where we'll have to put some kind of time jump in the show to account for Ethan aging like this, or could potentially they maybe have to recast Ethan at some point? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, but he's growing like a damn weed.
Yeah, I was thinking, he's not looking like the little child that he was. So maybe they're going to throw like a lot of the childish stuff, like the talking about the Chromonocle and this and that. That might be, that book might be closed. The Chromonocle might be up on the shelf for the duration. And they can really portray that as, not only, I mean, we're obviously seeing him grow, but we already saw that before when he was telling, Tin Chan or whatever, that the Chromonocle is just a story and blah blah blah. And that's really every kid. When there's a point in every kid's life when you lose your innocence, right? You're not
You
dealing with
start to
kid
grow
stuff.
up a little bit,
The
and
real world
Yep.
imposes itself on you whether you want it to or not.
Mhm. Yeah, you
So
start to kind of, you put away childish things, the more you stop becoming a child. And yeah, like you said, we saw a really good example of that, of Ethan kind of rejecting the whole Chromonocle thing. And it's just a stupid story. So it'll be interesting to see where Ethan's, progression goes in season 3 when it comes to that whole quest thing that he's on. Will he even be referring to that anymore? Or is he kind of moving on from the whole Chromonocle story stuff? I do not know. They need talismans in all the buildings and structures. Boyd needs to go back to that spot to see if any new talismans have been generated. Ooh, interesting. And yeah, this was one thing that I was always wondering, especially now that the weather is getting colder and colder and colder, and knowing that the food shortage is getting very dire, why the hell do they not have all of these animals inside that barn with a talisman protecting them at night? That is their greatest resource right now in terms of feeding this town. They've never needed these animals and this livestock more than right now. So you would think, I mean, knowing that they're surrounded by nothing but danger at night, you would think they would have taken, precautions to potentially, use one of the talismans to keep all of the animals safe at night. We know Randall has a talisman that he's using all on his own, just in the freaking bus. Grab fucking Randall's talisman and have him go back to Colony House. Use that one to freaking keep the barn safe.
yeah. I mean, if you're not, I mean, I understand, plot wise, what they gave it to him or whatever, but yeah, there's a point at which you have to help sheep should have a shepherd when they're out in the whatever. The shepherd is the one who keeps the wolves away. Now, nobody's going to be volunteering to camp in the unheated barn with the animals, but the thing is, I mean, that's going to be basic food security, and they're seeing the results of it. But again, maybe it never even occurred to them, because maybe this is something that the monsters, just
Maybe
like
not.
Milkman
Exactly.
painting himself with the war paint, going back to
Yeah.
Jasmine, she was worried about getting the blood off her collar when she ate Kevin.
Yeah.
And now
Yep.
Milkman is just wiping it all over himself, and now they're
Wiping blood all over
screaming.
himself.
I like the
Yeah.
evolution, though. I don't know what it
Me
signifies, if
too.
there's anything more to it, but
Me too.
I like it. I like everything about it.
Me
But
too.
yeah,
I
and
love the
they're trying something new. They're trying different tactics, obviously.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
so
Letting the animals out was an incredibly clever move. And I know it's something that we kind of predicted coming into the season. We had a feeling that they were going to deliberately let these animals out so they could potentially lure people out of their homes at night to ambush them. Because, I mean, imagine, that's the thing. Talismans are protecting everybody inside at night. So if you're the monsters, you got to start coming up with some more clever ways to potentially lure people outside at night. Otherwise, no fun. So yeah, we saw this coming from a mile away, especially when we saw the season 3 trailers. We just knew that, holy crap, the monsters are probably going to deliberately let these animals out just to lure Boyd and other members of the town outside so they can set up this ambush. Yeah, just absolutely insane. And this was another interesting thing. We see 3 different instances in this episode alone of Boyd's Parkinson's potentially coming back. Right at the beginning of the episode, when he's trying to put that bandage on, we see, his hand is shaking so much that he can't even put it on his arm. He has to come up with a whole different kind of workaround to get that bandage on his arm, as he ties it behind his body and kind of secures it, because he couldn't hold it with just one arm because he was shaking so much. Then later on, when he's approaching Ethan, we see him holding his arm again. And then later on, when he's pouring the drink with Jade in the sheriff's station, we see him shaking like a damn leaf again. It's starting to look like Boyd's Parkinson's might be coming back. And we were wondering if this was ever going to happen at some point. When Boyd gets the worms in season 2, he says, I don't have the shakes anymore, but now I got these damn worms crawling under my skin. But after Boyd got rid of the worms, a lot of us were wondering, okay, will the Parkinson's return now? And now that he doesn't have the worms, it looks like the Parkinson's indeed might be coming back. And that could potentially end the theory of the spider bites curing his Parkinson's, which a lot of us thought could be a possibility, that Boyd getting bit by all of those spiders, that might have been what actually really cured his Parkinson's and not the worms. But now that the worms are gone and the shakes are coming back, it's looking like that might not be the case. It looks like Parkinson's might be here to stay. And that's rough. And of course, Father Cautry. Father Cautry is back. And again, I mean, they kind of are all but revealed this in their season 3 promotional material. They put Father Cautry on the official season 3 promotional poster. And then, of course, there was that leaked photo that was being posted when they were filming season 3. And we saw Sean Majumder on set of the filming of season 3 in his Father Cautry costume. And that kind of told all of us that, okay, Cautry's probably going to be back in season 3. And I love it. I love seeing Father Cautry again.
Shouldn't Christy be doing that?
Christy's got other things on her mind.
How are they, by the way? Mariel, Randall, and Julie?
They seem fine. What?
Well, the fact that you can look at anything right now and describe it as fine has a bewildering charm to it.
You know, when I was in that chamber, about to smash the music box, that thing that was talking to me, telling me to give up, that hope is what the forest fed on, that thing, whatever it was, it sure as hell wasn't my wife. So what are you?
I'm afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd.
So what exactly are you? Afraid I can't answer that for you, Boyd. Love it. I love seeing Father Cautry back, and I get the feeling we're probably going to see a lot more of him in season 3. I get the feeling that's not going to be his only cameo this season. And again, I like it. I'm so glad Father Cautry's back. He's been one of my favorite characters since very early on. Awesome stuff. We got Becky T for $4.99. Thank you so much, Becky T, for the super chat. Sorry, please answer why Jim didn't ask Victor where he took Tabby. And I think he did. I think Victor does tell. Well, Jim already knew, actually. If we look back to the end of season 2, before Tabitha leaves, she tells Jim right where she's going, that she's going to try and make it to the tower to rescue the children. So Jim already knew where Tabitha was heading. Now, when Victor arrives back to town alone, the only information that Victor would have is, I led her to the bottle tree, she entered the bottle tree, and Victor has no idea what happened from that point on. So I imagine that's probably what Victor conveyed to Jim. I led her to the bottle tree, and she went on her own from there. And that's why Jim's under the impression that maybe she's still here in Fromville, lost somewhere. But no, Jim did know where Tabitha was heading at the end of season 2. She told him that she was attempting to go rescue the children in the tower. So Jim kind of already knew, vaguely where she was heading. But thank you so much for the $4.99. And chat knows what that means. I owe Becky T a whoa. Awesome stuff. Yeah, it's this is going to be fun. Well, that's the thing. He doesn't know the exact location. He doesn't, and that's why we're seeing Jim and Kenny kind of just wander off into the forest looking for Tabitha, because they don't know the exact position. I mean, if they wanted to get some information from Victor, maybe he could have drawn a map to where the bottle tree is, and he probably should have done that. But even Victor doesn't know where she ended up after that. I mean, he told her that that bottle tree leads to the tower, and Jim already knew that she was heading to the tower. But I think that's why Jim is kind of just wandering off into the forest aimlessly because he doesn't know exactly where that bottle tree is, maybe. And that is something that Victor probably should have told him. But who knows? Who
Right.
knows?
Yeah, just like a general direction to try to head at least,
Yeah.
to get in the right
Yeah.
direction.
Like,
Now they're
yeah, give
just
me a
guessing.
little something.
Yeah.
Exactly. That
And
way
they've
you're not just
already,
guessing.
and they've already, they've already determined that they haven't found the spider webs, which were like the one thing that the one indicator that they were on the right track. So yeah,
Yep.
it ought to be
Yep.
interesting. They could be going in the
Yep.
entirely wrong direction. And that's if the trees
And that
didn't move, right? Oh yeah, Becky D said it. Yeah, because the trees are
exactly.
moved.
Yes. The trees could also be moving too. That's 100% right. I mean, we have been seeing them kind of set that up since very early on in season one that these trees might be moving a little bit. And we might have even seen a little bit more evidence of that when we actually look back at that scene in season two when Victor was taking Tabitha to the bottle tree. Remember, he gets kind of close to it and he was like, I was dead certain it was right here. It was right here. It was right here. He was so certain he was in the right spot. And then the tree was actually like 30 feet in the other direction. Was that already some more evidence that the bottle tree has been moving over the years, maybe? So no, that's definitely a possibility. The trees could have been moving, definitely. I mean, it seems like the show has been kind of hinting at that anyway. So yeah, awesome stuff, guys. Awesome stuff. Yeah, Victor pulling the gun on Randall surprised me. It didn't surprise me too much. I mean, because we already know Victor was kind of strapped. We see him pull the gun out in season one and kind of shoos the dogs away after they're getting ready to attack Jim and the Matthews family. So we already knew Victor was strapped. So when I saw Randall stealing Ethan's favorite goat, I don't know. I had a feeling that Victor was going to come to his rescue. Because again, like people were saying in the chat earlier, Victor really is a hero. He is a hero. I mean, yes, he's a little bit weird, a little bit creepy, a little bit kind of withdrawn, keeps to himself, very traumatized. But for the people that he does care about, Ethan, Tabitha, maybe a few others, we see what he does for Jade in this episode. Jade would have died in this episode if it wasn't for Victor coming along and grabbing him. Jade was in complete shock. It's like Jade was 100% frozen when that milkman killed that cow in front of him. If Victor didn't come up to Jade and kind of shush him out of there, Jade might have been dead. So yeah, Victor has moments where he really shows true heroics, for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, and he's braver in the face of monsters than he is in the face of the ventriloquist doll, which is crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, that made him catatonic, curl up in the ground.
Yes.
But yeah, anything. It's strange. Yeah.
It is strange. But yeah, I love that scene when, Boyd's like, this thing, passed it off like it was my wife, but it wasn't really my wife. What the hell are you, Father Cautry? And that's another thing. What is Father Cautry? That's one thing that the show hasn't really definitively answered. Now, when Father Cautry appears to Boyd in season 2, he refers to himself as just a figment of your imagination. But is that really the case? Is this just a figment of Boyd's imagination? Is this Boyd's subconscious kind of just manifesting Cautry in his time of need? Or is this really Cautry's spirit returning to guide Boyd? Or is it potentially the town screwing with Boyd that much more? I think it could be any one of the three. I think it could be any one of the three.
Yeah, I mean, and I absolutely think the voices that were in Sarah and that did the drawing of the candy bar wrapper of the candy bar logo, I absolutely believe those were genuine and that they were like what she said that they were. Like they're people that were there before that were waiting to find somebody that could hear them.
Yes,
I absolutely believe that one of the Abby that the voice of Abby that spoke to Sarah in the tent when Boyd and Sarah were in the tent, I believe that was actually Abby when she told Sarah about fish and loaves.
Yeah,
but then I also believe that the entity manifests. I think every physical manifestation of Abby that we've seen after she died was not, though. I think that was the entity using that as a wedge to manipulate Boyd. I don't think there was a genuine appearance, because even
every time we see Abby in season 2, it was the entity every single time. I don't think that was ever Abby. Definitely. But yeah, as LT brings up, that is right. Today is the 20th anniversary of one of the best series in TV history. That's why it was pretty cool when I saw that they were premiering from season 3 on September 22nd. Because again, September 22nd is a hugely important date for me personally. Lost was one of the first shows that really kind of changed my life in terms of got me super, super deep into film and television, to the point where I really wanted to, at some point in my life, do that as a profession if I possibly can. And that kind of what led to me doing a channel. If I never have seen Lost, I might never have ever started a YouTube channel, to be honest, because Lost taught me so much about storytelling. It taught me so much about character development, about world building, about how to weave a proper narrative. Lost taught me so much. Like, it's a show that will always be near and dear to me personally. So yes, today is the 20th anniversary of Lost, and in honor of that, I guess I will play this. No, the Lost ending was perfect in my opinion. I know not everybody liked it, but my opinion personally, I think maybe people didn't pay attention close enough when Lost was on, because if you were paying attention super close, I mean, I thought that ending was perfect, as perfect of an ending as you could get to a series, when you see what the show was really trying to convey, the message, the true underlying message of Lost, and what they were trying to show the audience is to ultimately that at the end of the day, it's okay to let go. It's okay to let go of your past. It's okay to let go of trauma that you're holding on to. And that was pretty much the main story theme of Jack and his whole relationship with his father. It was ultimately that Jack and many of these other characters, they just could not let go. They couldn't move on. So for the series to end like that, where they all kind of find themselves after being dead for a long, long time, and they kind of move on together, I thought it was a perfect ending. But I know not everybody liked it personally. But I think it was as good of an ending as that show ever could have hoped for. But that's just my opinion. Again, I know not everybody liked it. I thought it was perfect though. But yes, Lost is the 20th anniversary right now, is today, 20 years ago. Wow, I can't believe it's been 20 freaking years since Lost. So I guess in honor of that,
Did you see that? See what?
again, I know not everybody liked the ending, but for me, Lost will always hold a very special place in my heart in terms of my favorite series of all times. When I come to my all-time favorite shows, it's Lost and Twilight Zone. The original Twilight Zone and Lost. Those are my two favorite series in the world. And I get the feeling when From is all said and done, From might be my third favorite overall, because From is just, I haven't been this invested in a show since Lost, or maybe Game of Thrones, like when the original Game of Thrones was on. I haven't been this invested in a show since then. But yeah, I loved Lost. I thought it was absolutely phenomenal. And the music is what make it. I saw a lot of people bringing up the music. I mean, still to this day, I haven't found any show that had a better score and better music than Lost. The music was so phenomenal. It just hooked you and brought you right into every single scene. And again, that one right there, that scene for me right there, will always be one of my favorite scenes of all time. Actually seeing Locke finally remembering everything that happened on the island, and then seeing Jack remember all of it. It's just an awesome trip down memory lane. So much that I want to play it again.
Did you see that? See what?
Yes. Perfect ending. And this right here is actually a very common misconception. And this is why I feel not everybody really paid as close enough attention as they should have. No, they were not dead the whole time. That is not what happened on Lost. Everything that happened on Lost, everything that happened to them on the island, all of it, none of that was them dead the whole time. That is not what the ending was showcasing us. The ending showcased to us the only time they were all dead was in the very brief moment of the side flashes in the final season. We get to the very final season, and up until that point, we have been getting a lot of flashbacks and a lot of flash forwards. But then the final season starts doing these weird kind of side flashes, as the fandom was calling them, where it looks like what would have happened if Flight 815 never crashed. And we see all of these, all of our usual characters have a little bit different lives. That is the only time that they were all dead, and that actually takes place decades after everything that happened on the island. So it's a common misconception. I know a lot of people kind of interpreted the ending as they were dead the whole time, but no, that is not the case. That is not what happened. That is definitively not what happened. They were not dead the whole time. They were only ever dead in the side flashes scenes, and that was pretty much an after beyond that they kind of created so they could find each other and move on together. But no, they were not dead the whole time. Everything that happened on the island was 100% real. And the show has confirmed that. The writers have confirmed that. They were not dead the whole time. But again, that's just, I think not everybody paid as close enough attention as they should have watching Lost, but that's just my take. If people didn't like the ending, that is totally cool. Totally cool. You know us, we welcome all opinions here, guys. All opinions are welcome. But no, that is one thing that is factually inaccurate. They were not dead the whole time. They were alive. But yeah, that's just my take on it. Again, I know not everybody liked it. And again, that is totally cool if not everybody liked the ending. That's fine. But yeah, I'm right there with you, Nikki. John Locke is probably my favorite character in history in terms of movies, TV shows. I think John Locke is my all-time favorite character in any show I've ever seen. Just seeing his connection to that island super early on, him just knowing that they were here for a greater purpose, that this place was no normal island. It's just, I don't know, maybe it was just something that I connected with personally, but something about John Locke's character and the kind of faith that he had in the island, the faith that he knew he was here for a greater destiny. I don't know. I loved that about his character. So yeah, he'll always be a favorite of mine. But again, totally cool if not everybody liked it. That's the freedom of fandom. We're welcome to like or dislike what we like. And that's what's fun. That's totally fine. And that's what we like to talk about here on this channel. I think it would be boring if we all thought the exact same way on every topic. The diversity of thought is what makes these discussions kind of fun, in my opinion. But no, that's just my personal take. I loved every little bit of Lost, but I know not everybody did, and that is totally cool. Totally cool.
Some people in the chat saying the ending was whack, and I didn't see it. I didn't see it, so I can't speak to it.
Liked it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just laughing. I liked it.
It did come off with some criticism, but again, I don't think everybody paid attention as closely as they should have, personally. But again, that's the thing about endings. You're a TV show like Lost that was as globally popular as it was. There's no way that ending was ever going to satisfy everybody. It was not going to happen. It's one of those things where very rarely do you see an ending that the entire fandom likes. Its endings are always kind of split down the middle, from what I've seen anyway, at least long-running shows like that. You'll very rarely find an ending that is just universally loved. You'll find some endings that are universally hated, like Game of Thrones. Right. I think a lot of us, I don't want to say everybody, I don't want to speak for everybody, but it does seem like the majority of people who watch Game of Thrones hated the ending. And I'm one of those people too. I hated the ending of Game of Thrones, and not just the ending. The entire 8th season was just garbage. But no, Game of Thrones was another one of those shows. The first 3-4 seasons or so of Game of Thrones are about as good of television as I've ever seen. And then it starts to kind of precipitously get worse and worse each season as they pass the source material. But yeah, Game of Thrones, that's one of those endings that was, again, it was kind of universally hated by everybody.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Again,
it ended it kind of
they ruined it.
Yeah, and it essentially, it killed their Star Wars trilogy. And that's why it was so bad, is because Dan and Dave were making a break for it, thinking they were going to pocket some Star Wars money, and that.
Yep. You got a show like this. If I'm Dan and Dave, you have a show like this, a global phenomenon like this called Game of Thrones. how in the world could you ever want to rush to get this thing done just so you could move on to Star Wars of all things? And not just Star Wars. They were really excited to end Game of Thrones because they wanted to start up this new show that they had kind of thought up all on their own. It was going to be the premise of the show that they were first going to do right after Game of Thrones ended, was they had an idea that it was what if the South won the Civil War and slavery was still legal, but it's set in modern times. That was the show they were pitching right when Game of Thrones ended. I'm so
Oh,
glad it
okay.
didn't get picked up. It sounds like the stupidest idea for a show ever, in
Yeah,
my opinion.
yeah,
But yeah,
like
that
an
was what they were trying to get off the ground. Some
okay.
new kind of show where if the South won the Civil War and it was set in modern times and slavery was still around. It's like, what kind of concept
Okay.
is that?
Yeah, I mean, I already
I don't
saw
know.
that when it was called the Man in the High Castle or whatever, when about
Oh,
Germany
I haven't
winning
seen
World
that.
War II. Oh, okay,
I
okay.
haven't
I
seen
think
that.
I think that's what it was. Um, but yeah, I mean, it was one of those alternative history things. But I don't have any, not even a hint of belief that Dan and Dave would be able to pull that off and make it good.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
because
that's
like this, I mean, that once they ran out of source material, they just completely floundered. Because you're right, at the end of the day, I 100% agree, Becky. They just weren't really good writers. I mean, they were good at adapting material, and that's one thing I'll never take away from them. Again, the first 3, 4 seasons or so of Game of Thrones were phenomenal television because they had the source material to back it up. So they're really good at adapting things, but in terms of coming up on things on their own after only being given some small little bullet points from George, they just were not up to the task because at the end of the day, they just weren't that really great of writers. So yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Yep. Oh well, that's and HBO was backing up the Brinks truck too. They weren't worried, they weren't being
Right?
cheap.
Yeah.
I sent that one video. Did you ever see the one about that I sent to you about Rome? I guess they had canceled season two, or they had canceled Rome. The Rome series on HBO was set to go many more seasons, and it got critical acclaim, but it hadn't really performed as well as some other shows that were around at the same time. Um, so they had already pulled the plug and canceled it, and then the DVD sales came in, and they realized, oh
Okay.
my god, it was a gold mine, because the DVDs sold, because it underperformed Band of Brothers. So they and that was the bar at that time. That was the bar that they were setting, which nothing's going to beat Band of Brothers. At like, I think, if you had a Y chromosome, you were issued Band of Brothers just automatically on a birthday or Christmas. But yeah, then there was some other shifty stuff going on with the production of Rome. Like it was a huge elaborate set that was set in actual Rome. A famous old time famous studio that they filmed it there. But it was like, okay, we need X number of scaffolds. We need to buy X number of scaffolds for the season, and it was a lot of this stuff like, well, we can't sell you those, but you can rent them from my brother, kind of thing. A lot
Oh,
of
okay.
shit, and that, I guess over there, that is par for the course. It's just how people do business. But the Hollywood guys and the US guys weren't accustomed to that kind of culture, that shifty kind of grifty type thing, and it really made them pull back. And then I think at some point a part of the set caught fire, so even if they'd wanted to go back and do it, they couldn't. It was a very well researched and very in-depth, kind of long, but pretty interesting video. I got to find the guy's name again,
Okay.
about
Interesting.
what happened with Rome.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Rome was one of those shows where, I mean, I liked it when it was on, but when it got canceled, I wasn't really heartbroken personally, just because it was an okay show, but I didn't think it was really a great show. The one that really was heartbreaking for me that HBO canceled early on in the early 2000s was Carnival. Carnival was such a good show for those first 2 seasons, and you can tell by the end of season 2, they were really starting to head into this story proper style. So Carnival getting canceled, that one was a huge blow for me personally. And then recently, Raised by Wolves. I actually was really enjoying what Raised by Wolves was doing. I mean, they had 2 pretty good seasons. Season 2 ended on a pretty interesting note where they were starting to head in some trippy territory. It had that kind of alien Ridley Scott Prometheus vibe, but way better than actual Prometheus was. So I was really bummed when Raised by Wolves got canceled. That was a show I was really hoping to see where that was going to go. And it's awesome that Abubakar Salim is now on House of the Dragon, but Abubakar Salim, who played the father on Raised by Wolves, still to this day, he has been trying so hard to get another network to pick up that show. He's actively still trying to revive that show. I think it's a little too late at this point. Too much time has passed, probably, but I respect his effort for trying, and hopefully, who knows, maybe one day he'll get lucky. But yeah, Raised by Wolves was another one that got canceled way too soon. Way too soon.
Yeah, I think I didn't watch it when it was out, and then by the time I'd heard about it, I knew that it had already been canceled, and that it didn't really wrap up with a real ending because they didn't realize that they weren't going to get that extra season. So
yeah, maybe, yeah. We got Dana Marie for $2. Thank you so much, Dana Marie. I mean, if you want the shame bell, I can give you the shame bell. I love the dialogue in that clip too. Oh, hail the royal tits! Like, fucking Game of Thrones was great, man. It was so good. But yeah, it really fell off a damn cliff. Fell off a damn cliff. But thank you, Dana Marie, for the $2. And instead of giving you a whoa this time, I'll give you another Game of Thrones clip. How is that?
Oh, my sweet summer child, what do you know about fear? Fear is for the winter, when the snows fall 100 feet deep. Fear is for the long night, when the sun hides for years, and children are born and live and die, all in darkness.
And back when the show was firing on all cylinders, like for me personally, Game of Thrones season 1, the very first season, is my personal favorite. I think they're at their best in season 1, and season 1 is probably the most accurate adaptation from book to show. Like when you read the first book in the series Game of Thrones, and then you watch season 1 of Game of Thrones, they are eerily similar. Like it's definitely the most accurate and most faithful to the source material. Even season 2, 3, and 4 start to change a few things. I mean, it's still phenomenal storytelling and still great TV, but even in season 2, they start changing a few small things. But season 1, for the most part, was a pretty faithful adaptation. So for me, I will always love season 1 of Game of Thrones the best. The very first episode and episode 5 in season 1. Those are my 2 favorite episodes of Game of Thrones ever. I love the pilot. I feel like the pilot of Game of Thrones, even though they switched a little bit of the prologue, a little bit differently in the show than the prologue is in the book, but the show's version works so freaking well. And then when you get to episode 5, and we see one scene that actually isn't in the book at all, but it's actually one of the strongest scenes in the entire series. And that is this scene right here that comes in episode 5 of season 1 of Game of Thrones. Again, this was one of the very few scenes in season 1 that wasn't in the book, but boy, was it a phenomenal scene.
So here we sit, 17 years later, holding it all together. Don't you get tired?
Every day. What was she like?
You've never asked about her, not once. Why not?
At first, just saying her name, even in private, I felt like I was breathing life back into her. And eventually it became clear that my spite didn't mean anything to you. As far as I could tell, you actually enjoyed it.
You want to know the horrible truth? I can't even remember what she looked like. I only know she was the one thing I ever wanted. Someone took her away from me. And 7 kingdoms couldn't fill the hole she left behind.
Ah, man, I love that scene. I love that dialogue. Some of the best written dialogue I've ever seen in an episode right there. And what I love about it is because, the context between what is happening here. You have Robert and Cersei, two characters that really don't have a whole lot of love for each other. Their marriage was all pretty much political from the beginning. And you can tell there has just been this growing tension between them for so long. But here in this one scene, you actually see both Robert and Cersei let their guard down a little bit, and they kind of let each other in, which is something they never do. They always keep those walls up. And for the first time ever, you actually hear Cersei asking about Lyanna, which anyone who's a book reader, the significance of that. That is just absolutely massive. And then you start to hear some of Cersei's explanation as Robert says, why now? Why have you never brought her up before? And you hear Cersei talking about it, at first, just even thinking about her, was bringing her back up, was keeping her memory alive. So she didn't want to give Robert the, benefit of even asking about her or even thinking that she cared. And then you hear Robert's explanation when Cersei asked him, was there ever a chance that it ever could have worked between us? And Robert straight up says, no, there wasn't. Because he always had so much love for Lyanna. And then you hear Robert's explanation that, I only know she was the one thing that I ever wanted, and someone took her away from me. And 7 kingdoms couldn't fit the hole that she left behind. And again, it's all brought home because of Mark Addy and Lena Headey's phenomenal acting. And again, you want to talk about really good top tier acting, you look at season 1 of Game of Thrones and you look at scenes like that. I love some of the bigger scenes that come later on. Like someone mentioned the Red Wedding being the best episode of all. The Red Wedding is definitely one of the best episodes, hands down. But for me, sometimes some of the best episodes of Game of Thrones aren't ones that really have action or big moments in them like that. There's just small human moments like this that is just really good dialogue between really good characters and phenomenal acting. Sometimes just simpler scenes like that is what made Game of Thrones what it was. It didn't really need a whole lot of action in the beginning. It worked on merit of writing and acting and the performances of these characters. So why I do love some of the action sequences, like the Battle of Blackwater Bay at the end of season 2, one of the best episodes of Game of Thrones ever. That one's definitely in my top 5. But for me, sometimes I'm enjoying Game of Thrones the most when it's just simply 2 characters like that having an honest to gosh heart to heart with each other because of some of the implication that it has, in the surrounding context. And maybe that's just because I'm a diehard book reader, and I've been a book reader long before I was a show watcher. So when the show came around and I finally had a chance to see all of these characters that I loved for so many years on screen for the first time, and then when you actually see it and it lives up to your expectations, it's an awesome feeling. And so I really did like exploring scenes like that were early on in Game of Thrones, and particularly scenes that maybe weren't in the book, like that Robert and Cersei scene. Absolutely great. Absolutely great. But enough of my Game of Thrones spiel. Let's get back into From. But yeah, I mean, again, what can we say about this damn premiere? This was about as good of a premiere as you could probably hope for, especially coming off a extended hiatus. And we talked about this a little bit in the off season. We were a little bit worried, like, will From be able to kind of capture that same kind of hype and that same kind of momentum that they ended season 2 on once we learned that the writers and actors strike was coming around, once we knew From was going to have a much longer hiatus in between seasons? We were a little bit, not worried, but we were at least wondering, like, will they be able to kind of pick up where they left off and bring that hype right back? And boy, did they ever. I mean, again, this is about as perfect as a premiere as I personally could have asked for. It's got everything that I love about From is in this one episode. The mystery, the intrigue, the heartbreak, the great dialogue, just the honest to gosh, just good scenes of 2 people just talking, like Boyd and Khatri. And then you got scenes like this. This right here was definitely one of my favorite scenes in episode 1. Not only seeing Victor freaking, pull out the gat on Randall, but Boyd. When Boyd kind of steps up and he's like, we could do this right here, right now. Randall wanted none of that smoke.
What are you doing?
You're not... Oh, kid, I don't like this any more than you do, but the shit is on the fan, all right?
You can't chase my friend.
Enough. All right? Stop. Kid is one thing, but I'm gonna fucking hit.
Randall,
all right?
what are you doing? Hey,
Hey, stop.
Put it down.
Okay.
Now give me the gun, buddy. Please, buddy. Listen. What happened today? Hey, what happened today was a setback, and I get it. I get that we're scared. I get that we're hungry. We have to make everything last. Okay? This place will not break us. Give us time to figure this out. Give me them. Or we can do this right here, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Or we can do this right here, right now. And again, Randall wanted none of that. He hands the fucking go right over to Boyd and says, okay, here you go. Because again, yeah, Randall likes to act like a tough guy. And maybe up against someone other than Boyd, maybe he would be. But this is Boyd we're talking about. This is freaking Boyd. Ain't nobody gonna pull something over on Boyd. Not in this town. So I love that scene, seeing Harold Perrineau just step up and say, or we can handle this right here, right now. And again, Randall wanted none of it. None of it.
Yeah, that was so. Yeah, and the mobbing of Tinchin's house or whatever to get the stuff.
Yeah.
What do they think they're gonna do? Steal some canned potatoes or some canned, or I mean, like like the jar canned, green beans or something. How far do you think that's gonna take you? What are you gonna do with them? What are you gonna mix them in with? If each person that mobbed her house took one jar or something, how far is that gonna get them? It's much better to make it like a communal meal.
Yeah. One goat gonna get you? Like Randall thinks he's hit the lottery by grabbing this one goat. It's like, bro, that's gonna buy you like a week. What are you doing? That goat will be much better served using it for the resources and the milk that it provides.
Right. And with no refrigeration, you got a couple days tops. I mean, unless you absolutely gorge yourself. Plus, what does he know? I mean, what are you going to do? Smoke it, try to preserve it, maybe dry it, but then you got to get a fire. And I didn't see a big surplus of salt. You couldn't be salting it to preserve it. So these guys were not thinking it through. Yeah.
No, and that's the thing, that they really were not ready for this winter to come around, and that is very, very evident. And it's something that they never probably ever expected. Boyd's been here for 2 years at this point. Donna's been here for 3 years. Victor's been here for almost 50, and for all we can tell, it's never been winter. It's always been stuck in this kind of perpetual state of summer all the time. But now here they have this gnarly winter coming in faster and faster for the first time maybe ever. And yeah, they were completely unprepared for these kind of conditions, especially considering it seems like the land itself is turning on them and being poisoned. They can't grow anything anymore. It seems like this place, Fromville as a whole, seems like it is turning on them, or it's in some kind of state of change that it hasn't been in a very long time, or maybe even ever. But yeah, it's great scene. And yeah, a lot of people think Randall might have a redemption arc at some point, and I think he could. I think that's possible, because again, we do see some instances every once in a while where Randall does kind of show he has a heroic side. We see it very early on in season 2 when he first arrives. The house collapses on the Matthews family house collapses. Jim is asking for volunteers to help dig it out, and Randall is literally the first one who steps up to volunteer. Then again, here we see Randall kind of stepping up and saving Sarah, Julianne, Ethan. So he has shown small instances here and there where he is capable of doing good and capable of doing the right thing. But more often than not, it seems like his selfishness always wins out over that side of him. And I guess that's what we're going to have to see what happens. What side of Randall will ultimately win out in the long run? His selfish side, or will his good-natured side eventually come out and maybe he will get a redemption arc? I think it could go either way. What about you? Do you think he'll get redemption?
He just seems like, I mean, he seems like very impulsive. So, you know, in the moment he'd be good. Like, you know, Jim needed help. In the moment, you know, Randall's good. You know, he'll be the guy to step forward and say, "Let's go." It's like I hesitate to call him a man of action because that's almost too complimentary. But he
Yeah.
does act. He wants to go. It seems like when Randall gets in trouble when he tries to think. That's when his mind is idle, when he's not doing anything. That's when he starts, you know, when his pea brain starts spinning, and you know the hamsters in there are spinning in their wheel. And the same thing here. He starts getting in trouble when he starts planning. Then it's always going to be something bad. When it's time to act,
I think
you know, when he's reacting to something, or you know, kind of, he's better a man of reaction rather than a man
Yeah,
of action.
listening to his like his reflexes, like you said, his reflex, his instinct was to help Julie, you know, Sarah and Ethan in that moment. His instinct was to help Jim early on. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the more Randall kind of sits back and mulls on it, that his kind of selfish nature wins out a little bit more, and not just his selfish nature, his fearful nature, because ultimately some of these decisions we see Randall make, you know, it's at the end of the day, it's him afraid. That is why he is taking this go. He's taking this go because at the end of the day, deep down, he's afraid. He's afraid he's not going to be able to survive. He's afraid he's going to run out of food. So his fear and his selfishness tend to win out over, you know, more often than not. And like you said, maybe that's because he has more time to think about it and the selfish nature just wins out. That's totally possible.
Yeah,
But
in his mind,
yeah,
he's saying, if I don't take this goat now, then there might not be a chance later to take it. So if you know, I'm going to
exactly.
get mine. You know, I want to get mine, and that's
Yeah. Yeah, again, he, you know, sometimes, and again, this is something that we have seen played out in season two. It's something we'll continue to play out in season three, definitely. In season two, when when the food shortage first gets brought up and it's first starting to become a problem, we see what happens in Colony House. We see the reaction that Dale has to the idea that the food might be running out. He instantly, I mean, he freaks out, he loses it, and that's because he's afraid. And when human beings are afraid, they tend to make foolish choices. That is just human nature for most of us. It happens, unfortunately. And that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing people that are afraid making rash decisions, not fully thinking about what the consequences are. Like when we see everybody rushing into Tien Chen's trying to steal all the food because they're afraid it's going to run out. So fear is always going to fear is always going to sometimes bring out the worst in people, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And that is something we're going to see play out on From more and more. As this food shortage gets worse, as this winter continues to get worse, I get the feeling we will see a lot more scenes like we saw in this episode of people running into Tien Shen trying to steal all the food. People are going to be afraid, and it's going to drive them to the brink, and it's going to make them make stupid decisions.
And how weird was the one thing that kind of I mean, and maybe other people got a different interpretation. Sarah just appearing. I mean, she came
Yeah,
in the
Sarah
nick of
just
time.
popped up.
Yeah, that was kind of
Right?
weird. Yeah.
Sarah literally just popped up out of nowhere. And the only thing I could think of is that maybe Sarah is living back in her old house already. We do see her back in her old house in the season 3 trailer. But at the end of season 2, we remember the two people that were actually living in Sarah's house, the two new people, they're both dead and gone now. So Sarah's house was open and empty. So maybe they gave Sarah her old house back, and maybe like Victor, she kind of saw something out the window that saw Julie, that saw Julie and Ethan in danger, and maybe then she went out. That's the only thing I can really think of, because yeah, she kind of just pops up out of nowhere.
Right.
And I mean, again, you know, what the hell? If she was in her old house, maybe she could have seen what was going on outside. But if not, then it's really weird.
And her idea was, let's hide in the first shrub that we
Let's hide in
see,
this
like
first bush, literally 10 feet away. Like, let's not run. Let's not try and get in somewhere that has a talisman. Let's go hide in this very first bush that we see. Yeah, really great plan. Really great plan. Yeah, right. Yeah, she came out like she had a plan and had them in a bush. She really did. She had them in a fucking bush. Oh man, yeah. This is a great episode, man. I'm so glad From is back. It just feels so good to be back. Like you said earlier, it feels good to be back inside the world of From. It's such a rich world with such fascinating characters that have so many interesting layers to them. So much about this place that we still don't know, and knowing that we actually are finally going to get some definitive answers this season. I just could not be happier that we are back in the world of Fromville and hanging out with everybody here in this awesome chat again. It's so glad to be diving back into Fromville with everybody. So yeah, let's ask the chat, I guess, and I want to ask you as well. Looking at this first episode, do you guys have a favorite scene or do you have a least favorite scene? I want to know what you guys think in the chat. What was your favorite scene, or if you prefer, what was your least favorite scene? Let me know what you guys thought of the premiere. And what about you, Ravener? Do you have like one scene that kind of sticks out for you above the rest that you liked more than others, or maybe one that you disliked more than others?
Oh man, jeez. I mean, I like the scene with Boyd and Ethan. I mean, but that was definitely, it was constructed to tug on the heartstrings and stuff. And again, Ethan comes up with the very like the child logic or whatever, about so that Alma doesn't have to see her friends die, and that kind of stuff. But man, I just liked the prior to the barn. I liked between going outside, the roundup, the livestock roundup. I like those kind of scenes where you're in there with the characters. You're not. I'm not a external observer. I'm not removed from the thing. I'm in there with it. I'm processing it at the same rate as the characters are processing it. You're not overthinking it. You're not, frame by frame and figuring out what would I do. You're in that moment and you get that pulse pounding, man. And I those are the moments that I really enjoy. And I said it, at the beginning of the show as well. The same thing as the Elgin's drive in the van down to the clinic. When you're processing these things at the same rate as the characters, you're not. You look around. Maybe the camera's a little shaky, but you're not omniscient. You don't know, and that's how you get like the monsters sneaking up on you. And then what was a milkman going to do? Was he just going to you didn't know. Was he going to pick the cow up and just hurl it? You don't know what their capabilities are. What exactly was going to go on. And they did. They tied it in like it was like the wheels were coming off all at the same time too, because there was Ethan and Julie getting chased through the house by Granny. So Granny was on the attack. Then Jade and Boyd, everybody was in peril at the same time, and it was just like holy shit, because
It's those nice intense scenes there where you're really on the edge of your seat the whole time watching this just super highly intense scene where you're wondering, okay, are they going to make it? Are they going to save the animals? Are the monsters going to catch up with them? Those are some of the best scenes in From, where the intensity is kind of amped up to 100. And you're just glued to the fucking screen and your heart's just pounding a mile a minute. At least mine was.
And everybody, when the sun was up, when in daylight, everybody got their turn. The plot progressed forward. People had their interactions. Donna had her thing. There was the food stress, which is a different kind of stress. We got to see Tabitha move forward and get some answers. I mean, I thought it was kind of funny. Now that the episode's played, I can talk about it. Just seeing his name in the box, Victor's name in the box, if found, return to this address. I mean, that tied that right up with a bow. I mean, we were talking about, maybe the priest said something, maybe she traveled here, traveled there. No. She just looks in the box and
looks at the box,
got the address.
Yeah, it's
so
nice
I mean,
to see little answers like that, and it was a clever little one, and it made me think. I mean, is that ultimately why freaking Victor gave Tabitha this box? Did Victor have a feeling that maybe he knew Tabitha would escape, and maybe she would need that in the real world? I don't think so. It's probably just me overthinking it, but the thought crossed my mind that maybe Victor gave her that for a specific reason, so she could find that address, maybe. But again. I don't think that's really the case. It was just a thought that popped into my head. But yeah, just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal stuff. This is interesting though. Robert Saunders says, I speculate that like the other voices Sarah hears, e.g. Abby, I posit that Sarah will hear Tien Chen's voice advising what soil is not poisoned and where to plant. Ooh, interesting, Robert.
That'd be
Interesting
super
indeed.
cool. Yeah, if they do that,
That
that'd
would
be
be.
super cool.
That would be. I mean, yeah, I mean, Sarah is one of these people who seemingly can kind of connect to these voices and in some cases to people that have died here in Fromville previously, if her getting that message from Boyd's dead wife at the end of season 1 is any indication. So I like that, Robert. That's an interesting one, that maybe Tien Chen will still be trying to help the town from beyond the grave. Okay, interesting. Nikki says, didn't Randall also say something when he gave her the goat, like, you don't know what you're dealing with? It was that, or he said, you guys don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing, or you don't know what you're dealing with. It was one of those two. I think he said, you guys don't know what you're doing. But I'll have to go back and check to be 100% certain. But yeah, he did mumble something like that as he was walking away. Yeah. But I think it was, you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, Tilly got some shit with her. Yeah, what is up with Tilly? Bro, what is up with Tilly? The fact that she was in this dream with Elgin, not only that she was in the dream with it, but she actually saw the freaking creepy creature as well. She looks over, she's like, wow, that's scary. Like, well, okay, Tilly, I mean, now is this them continuing to just screw with us as the audience by trying to make it seem like Tilly is sus? Or is Tilly maybe a little bit sus? I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. This was an interesting scene, though. This was a fun scene. And yeah, we got to see the weird, creepy tub monster again, which we did have a feeling we would see this creature again in season 3 based off the casting call that From put out before they started filming season 2. They actually put out this casting call. And a lot of us were reading it, and it kind of made us think that we were going to see this creature again, because the description of the casting call that they put out, the description sounded eerily similar to that creature. So when we saw this casting call, watch, I'm not going to be able to find it now. I know it's on here somewhere. It was a very interesting casting call, and that monster that we see, that weird tub monster, the official designation for it in the show is ghastly entity. That's what they referred to the role as, ghastly entity. So I get the feeling we're going to see that thing more than once this season. I don't think that's going to be the only time we have seen that creepy thing. Maybe it's down here a little bit more. But we did see this, again, this very interesting casting call that went out, and the description of the role that they were looking to cast sounded exactly like that tub monster. And very interesting that they were actually looking for a woman of Asian or European descent. And then when we see the tub monster again in season 3, you can tell it looks like they did maybe cast an Asian actress to play the role, because it did look a little bit different than it did in season 2. I have the feeling that it's 2 different actresses that played that role in season 2 compared to season 3, because they look very similar. You can definitely tell it's the same monster, but in terms of some of the facial details, it looks like it's 2 totally different actresses that were playing the role. But let's see, where is that casting call? I know it's around here somewhere. And yeah, it instantly kind of jumped out at us as a casting call that we thought was this weird monster again. This creepy, weird tub monster. We kind of knew it was going to be returning again.
Yeah,
But,
that first one looked like it was more like a dummy. I mean, obviously, it couldn't even. I don't think anybody's. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that could be. Yeah. Because I mean, nobody's face is that thin. Yeah.
Yeah. It's and again, the casting call was specifically looking for somebody with pronounced cheekbones as well. So it looked like they were trying to keep that kind of weird, cheekbone structure that it had in season 2. But you can definitely tell it's a little bit altered here. It's not exactly the same from the season 2 one. It's a little bit different. Here it is. Jeez, sorry for the wait, guys. Ghastly entity, 18 plus female of Asian or European descent, dark brown hair, black shoulder length hair, dark brown eyes with a small build and prominent cheekbones. And then there was a reference photo in there that I bet the reference photo probably was the same entity that we saw in season 2. So when we saw this casting call go out, a lot of us thought, holy crap, maybe we will see that weird monster return again in season 3. And yeah, looks like we were right. There it is. The monster, creepy Elgin tub monster is back. And I get the feeling we're going to see a lot of her this season. I mean, look at Elgin's face when she grabs him. And she's dripping in water. She's always soaking wet. And we have seen that Elgin seems to have this weird connection to water. When he first gets here, that's the first thing he asks Fatima is there a body of water here? Because it seems like that was one of the things he saw in his dream upon entering Fromville. Then we see him try to get drowned. We see him waking up, spitting up water from his dream. So whatever's going on with Elgin and this thing, obviously, you know, water is involved. There's something going on here with Elgin and water. Creepy thing. But yeah, if you look at the face here, a little bit different from the season 2 one.
Yeah. I mean, that looks a lot more like it could be a person in makeup and prosthetics.
Yeah.
Versus.
I mean, obviously there's CGI laid over it. Like it's definitely not like 100% a person, but I could definitely see that being a person in prosthetics or in makeup, and then they put some CG over it to give it that kind of distorted looking feel.
Yeah, and again, you know, the scene that we saw in season 2 was a fraction of, you know, a few seconds, right? It was not anything extended. That's the thing. We do tend to overanalyze and like freeze frame and frame by frame, and then, you know, I'm sure you've seen this a million times, but when you're running it through a movie maker you're looking at something that you've chopped into a million pieces, and you look and it's a second and a half of screen time or something. It's amazing how long a second and a half can be sometimes.
Yeah, it's I mean, shit. And yeah, I thought I saw someone mentioning something about the puzzle being a Camden, Maine puzzle, that it might have been that same Marine Harbor. That's interesting, Ty. Cool. Nice catch. But yeah, it's I'm looking forward to seeing where this is going to go. Again, you know, when we saw that weird monster pop up in season 2 and push Elgin under the tub, and then we don't see it again for the rest of the season, I wasn't quite sure. Was that just going to be a quick little one-off thing, like just a quick little nightmare that Elgin has, and maybe we'll never see that thing again? I was really hoping that wasn't going to be the case. I really wanted to learn more about this creepy thing because it's something new. I mean, yes, we've seen the regular monsters, the regular nightmare creatures. We've seen the cicada entity in season 2. But this is something completely new. This is something that is, we really don't know what the heck this thing really even is yet. But yeah, if you look at the face here, you know, kind of analyze the face what it looks like here. And when we look at it at season 2, it looks a little bit different.
Yeah. And the real takeaway is what we're getting is an answer, though. We are getting an answer that this shit isn't over with. I mean, we didn't know which things, you know, now the cicadas are gone, now that you know, the cicada 3 are healed, you know, apparently healed. We just found out that, well, you know, there maybe that part of it's gone and resolved or no longer active, but yeah, this thing's, you know, coming to you in your dreams, unless it's just going to be Elgin specific. But right now, you know, what do we know? We know that, well, shit, she's back again and she's all wet. I didn't see if he was wet after she touched him, or anything like that.
It didn't look like it. It looked like he was dry. Yeah.
Okay, so it may just be a straight up nightmare.
Yeah, I think this is something different. I don't think this is. I mean, when I saw that thing in season 2, I thought that was maybe the cicada entity screwing with Elgin, because we saw that thing was the cicada entity's deal. It was attacking people when they fell asleep in their dreams. So when I first saw the scene, I kind of just writ the scene off as, you know, some more cicada crap going on. But now I'm starting to think it might be a little bit different. And this might be something else entirely that, like you said, this might be solely connected just to Elgin. This might be his storyline to unravel and figure out. But yeah, it's we got some interesting stuff. I mean, yeah, she kind of carcasses him to see, it might be from the Lake of Tears. That's a very interesting possibility. I mean, we've seen a lot of references to this Lake of Tears, and it definitely seems like it's going to be some kind of metaphor for something we're going to find on the show at some point. But yeah,
And that
the
it
thing
might
is
be a whole
creepy.
nother storyline too. I mean, we've talked about they talked about Elgin not being able to sleep, and then they mentioned
Yeah.
has he been able to sleep? And they said like we don't have time to deal with that. We've got something else to worry about.
Yeah. And the
So
way
that
Elgin
might be.
says it to Fanny Pat Granny is, it sounds like this is something that has been happening to him on the regular. It doesn't seem like this. It doesn't seem like this is just the second time he's seen this thing. That's what he says to Fanny Pat Granny in the dream. He says, "I can't fall asleep. When I do, something's watching me." So I mean,
Mm.
it seems like Elgin might have been having multiple visions of this thing already, and that's why he's so afraid to fall back asleep, because he knows this thing's going to be there waiting for him.
Oh man. And so yeah, so that might be a whole nother, that'll be a whole nother storyline. Elgin as he gets progressively more sleep deprived. They can explore that the same way they did with Nightmare on Elm Street. You can stay awake for a certain amount of time. You can do whatever you need to do to try to stay awake, to try to avoid it. But yeah, eventually it will
Mhm.
have effects on him psychologically.
Yeah.
Maybe there'll be a point where he needs to perform in some way and then can't because he's so addled.
Mhm.
His brain is so fried.
Yes. They're gonna be relying on him at some point later on in the season, and he's gonna fumble the ball because he's half a
Mhm.
fucking sleep. That's a
Yep.
good point. I like that. I like
He's on
that.
watch. Yeah, put him on watch, on Monster Watch or something. Especially when they
Mm.
that like a window breaks or something.
Yep.
There's got to be something. Yeah, some kind of and again, man, the
Like it.
writers have to figure out ways to we already know that everybody's safe. If you follow the rules, you're going to be safe. You can be that way up to 96 days as far as what we've seen. But the writers have to keep figuring out ways to thrust the uh, residents of the town and the monsters together, force the people out of their safe areas into the night, like with the cattle and livestock, or break their safety, break the safety of their homes. And actually, we got both of those
Mhm.
things, and we got both of those things in one night tonight.
Yep. We did. We
So
did. It's yeah, it's again, it's popping off, guys. It is absolutely popping off in this show now. And yeah, we got. I think Elgin's dream exposed my theory on Tilly. She's definitely isn't good, and also my theory on Fatima that the pregnancy is not what it seems. Absolutely, I'm 100% with you on both of those. I'm not 100% sure on Tilly yet. I mean, I think there's a lot of signs pointing to Tilly maybe being a little bit sus, so I do kind of see that. I'm hoping that she's still going to be just this quirky grandmother type character, but she's starting to look more and more sus as these episodes go on. So I definitely see what you guys are saying there. And yeah, when it comes to Fatima, yeah, I mean, this pregnancy is not going to be normal. Based on everything we've seen in the trailers, based on all of the foreshadowing we get in season 2 of Fatima being dead certain that she was not even capable of getting pregnant, from Ellis Ellis having these reoccurring thoughts of seeing the baby being born with fangs and claws. It seems like they were foreshadowing this, that they were setting this up to be not a normal pregnancy. And then when we got the season 3 episode synopsis and we learned a little bit more about the episodes as the season progresses, it looks like Fatima is going to continue to get worse and worse and worse throughout season 3. And yeah, I agree with all of you who are of the same mind. This pregnancy is not going to be normal. Fatima is going to be in a lot of danger at some point. And I guess the only question now is, by abnormal, what exactly is this? What exactly is happening to her? What is this pregnancy doing to her? What is she going to give birth to potentially? Yeah, I don't think it's normal. I don't think it is normal. Something weird's going on with Fatima. Yeah, she gives me Shutter Island vibes a little bit. I could see that. I could definitely see some Shutter Island vibes from her. Yeah, definitely. Is the Lake of Tears similar or a nod to maybe the Trial of Tears? Oh, I'm not sure. I am not sure, PM. That's actually an interesting question. I don't know. That's not something I would know off the top of my head. But yeah, interesting question. I heard a theory that the tub lady was trying to wake him up because the ballerina was trying to get him. Ooh, okay. That's interesting, Ty. That's interesting. I don't think I've heard that one before, but again, I love hearing new theories, especially cool ones. Yeah, who knows? I mean, we did see I mean, it seems like Boyd was the only one seeing the actual ballerina, but then again, we did see that Elgin saw the ballerina music box. Does that mean the ballerina was about to come? I could see where that theory might have some merit. Okay. Okay, that maybe she was trying to wake him up. But if she's trying to wake him up, why is she drowning him? Although that might be a good method actually, because there is. I mean, for most cases, I mean, if you're knocked out well enough, it might not work. But for most cases, people that are unconscious or asleep, if you if you're underwater, it will wake you up. That is a thing that does happen. An unconscious body can't hold its breath. So by nature, if you try to block an unconscious body from breathing, it could wake that person up. Unless they're in like a coma or something, it will probably jostle somebody awake. So maybe, yeah, maybe that theory does have a little bit more merit to it. I don't know, but it's an interesting one. Who knows? Maybe the freaking ballerina was on Elgin's heels. We got Petra in the house. What is up, Petra? Always good to see you, my friend. I hope you are enjoying the festivities. I hope you have been enjoying the premiere. Maybe she was showing to Elgin how she drowned in a bathtub or someone drowned her. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Yeah. Is this someone who had some kind of nasty deed done to her in some other time? And maybe you're right. Maybe she's trying to convey to Elgin what happened to her. Maybe that's Elgin's storyline for season 3. He needs to solve what happened to this woman. That's an interesting theory. I like that theory, Petra. Good stuff. Good stuff. Maybe Fatima's monster are sisters. Yeah, a lot of people thought this monster was some kind of Fatima related thing in season 2 because again, seeing it in season 2, it looked a little bit different than it does now, and it definitely much closer resembled Fatima. And then when we all saw the kimono and the fact that Fatima is always wearing kimonos on the show, yeah, a lot of people were thinking that that monster was somehow Fatima related. I was thinking that at first too. Now I'm not so sure. I mean, it still could be, but now I'm starting to think that this is going to be solely an Elgin thing that he's going to be dealing with. But I guess we shall see. See, I think Ethan is correct. The spirit was preventing him from hearing the music. Ooh, maybe. Spirit preventing him from hearing the music. Now that the music box has been destroyed. Yeah, the music box is gone. It is no more. Yet Elgin is still having these weird dreams and visions. And again, is it just Elgin that's going to be having these visions? Or is this going to start happening to other people in the town? I suppose if it starts happening to other people in the town, people that haven't had visions prior, then maybe that's some more evidence that this whole cicada-like entity might not be fully gone. But if this is solely just an Elgin thing, then if he's the only one that sees this thing, I think it might just be his storyline kind of thing. But again, who knows? There's still so much about that weird cicada entity that we just don't know yet. We don't know what its end game was, what it really wanted, what would have happened if Julie, Randall, and Mari really did die in that place, because that's really the only information we get from Sarah when she communicates with the thing. That once Julie, Randall, and Mari are dead, at that point, it is too late. But too late for what? We have no idea what the end game of that weird entity wanted. Did it want to escape? Did it want a physical form? What exactly was its end game? I start to think that it maybe wanted a physical form so it could escape, because we get that one really interesting line of dialogue at the end of season 2 when Sarah is communicating with that entity. She looks up at Kenny and she says, "It got excited when it touched your arm." Almost like the entity kind of got excited at the prospect of being able to affect people in the real world. Because up until that point, the entity could only harm people in its dreams. Maybe that's what it was ultimately searching for, a way to get back into the real world or get a physical form and kind of, enact its next plan. Who knows? But still so much we don't know about that damn cicada entity and what it really wanted.
Right. And it looks like at some point in the future, Randall and Mari are going to sit down and have a heart to heart, and maybe just through their
Yes.
discussion, we'll get a little exposition dump and kind of
Yes.
bring us up to speed. Yeah, with where
Yeah,
they're at.
because it looks like, I mean, based on the synopsis, it looks like Julie is going to be dealing with some kind of trauma this season. We're not quite sure what the trauma is, but as we've been stating, I get the feeling that the whole coma thing that they were in, Julie, Randall, and Mari. What if it's not quite over, or what if there is some kind of residual side effect, some kind of after effect to them being locked in, in that weird cicada coma? Because we get a really weird scene. in the trailer of Randall seemingly just dropping to the ground out of nowhere and starting to like writhe in pain or writhe like the cicadas are on him again. And it seems like nobody was hurting him. We see the monsters standing over him, just watching him as it's happening. Very weird scene. So I don't know. I wouldn't be too surprised if whatever happened to Julie Randall and Mari at the end of season 2, I wouldn't be too surprised if there's some kind of after effect to it, some kind of trauma that they'll be dealing with because of that coma state they were in.
Yeah, even just a memory. I mean, like if you had just some excruciating pain, if they just remember having that experience, even if it's no longer active in their body, at least it's still in their mind. Yeah.
Yeah, could be.
But that doesn't explain what brings Randall to the ground in that thing, in that one scene.
Yeah.
So. And there was another, and there's that one still where they're all like they kind of surround him the way they surrounded Boyd.
They did. They start surrounding Randall in the exact same way that they were kind of looking at Smiley when he died. Is the kind of vibe I was getting for it. They're just standing right over Randall and they're watching him as he's kind of writhing in pain, it looks like, and then he kind of snaps out of it, it looks. But yeah, you see 4 monsters just standing over him, looking at him. They're not attacking him. It's a very weird scene. I really look forward to seeing that scene in its entirety, so we can find out what the hell is really going on there. Because like you mentioned earlier, the trailers love to throw us off. They love to make us think this is happening when really something totally different is happening. And that's why I like the clever way they cut together these trailers. Some of the trailers are, reveal a little bit too much at times, but usually they never give away the context of what they're revealing. And that's what I really appreciate of how the way they edit these things. But yeah, we see Randall, he kind of drops to the ground, he starts writhing, and all of a sudden the monsters are just standing over him, watching him. Yeah, I don't know what is going to happen here. What is happening to Randall? We see the nurse monster, the milkman, the creepy librarian, and the George R. Martin dude.
Yeah. And the milkman still has his war paint on his shirt too.
He still got his blood on. Yeah, he still got his blood on his shirt. Yeah, blood that he wiped on his shirt previously. And I get the feeling this is going to be, a lot of the scenes that we've seen in the season 3 trailers. I get the feeling that most of these scenes are coming from the first 4 to 6 episodes. Just about all of the stuff we've seen, when we try to compare it to scenes we've already seen in the premiere and scenes that we are looking forward to after reading the season 3 synopsis of the individual episodes, it looks like most of these scenes in these trailers are all from the first few episodes. Maybe first 4, maybe first 5 or 6 at the most. But I get the feeling they're saving the good stuff, the really good stuff, for the end. At the end of the day, when we get to the finale of season 3, episode 9 and 10 are both titled Revelations Part 1 and 2. So it looks like we are going to be getting something really big to end this season off on. And I just cannot wait to figure out what the heck that is going to be. But I like this as well. Delceni says, I believe the water nymph was trying to show Elgin something like the ballerina was trying to show Boyd. And that very well could be. I mean, it did a lot of us did try to, kind of get a little bit of the feeling that the ballerina was potentially trying to show Boyd how to use the worms against the monsters. The way she kind of shows him his arm, puts her arm against his mouth, holds him down. It was a very weird kind of course of events what the ballerina did to Boyd in the medical clinic. So yeah, almost like the ballerina was trying to show Boyd something, and maybe this is true as well. Maybe this weird kind of water creature is ultimately trying to show Elgin something that he needs to know. Maybe I think that's possible. Definitely think that's possible. Awesome stuff. Yeah, the show messes with our heads just like the townspeople. It really does, man. It really does. And yeah, I'm so glad the show is back. Absolutely, Tim. I'm so freaking glad that this show is back and we're finally back in the world of Fromville. And again, it does look like season 3, that is going to be one of the main kind of storylines, that the monsters aren't just trying to kill people. Yes, they want to kill people, but it seems like they really want to break people's spirits down as well. Like, this place is really messing with them psychologically, and Boyd in particular. And we know that the monsters have taken Boyd's declaration as a personal challenge. They are personally trying to break him now just because he said this place won't break him. And boy, did they start off with an absolute bang. Absolute bang. Boyd keeps saying, we all leave together or do not. So if Tabitha does not come back, they all die and leave together. Ooh, interesting. That's an interesting possibility. Yeah, I mean, we do hear Boyd say that a lot. Like, we either get out of here altogether or we don't. And like you said, Tabitha's already gone. So do they actually need Tabitha back in there in order for them all to escape? I don't know, but that's an interesting theory. I like it. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right, let's see what else we got. See what else we got. Oh, we got Oblivion to Abyss is a new member of the channel. Wow, thank you so much, Oblivion to Abyss. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Very much appreciate the support. And of course, be sure to make use of all of the awesome custom From emojis that we have available to all channel members. And anyone who is a channel member, if you guys ever have any suggestions for some new From emojis, throw them in the comment section after the stream ends. Once the stream ends, the regular comment section opens up just like any other YouTube video. And in there, if you guys throw any kind of From suggestions for new emojis that you guys want, I have the best chance of seeing them down there because I often check the comment sections. I try to interact with every comment that comes through, at least everyone that I see. So yeah, anybody has any new suggestions, you guys want any particular custom From emojis, drop them in the comment section after the stream is over. And again, thank you so much, Oblivion to Abyss, for becoming a member. I mean, chat knows what that means. Dr. Deb knows. I go, whoa. I owe a whoa. Everybody gets a whoa. But yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for joining the channel. We are absolutely glad to have you here in the Fromily. I think the cicadas are gone sometimes seems different than the monster, and it does, doesn't it, a little bit? And that's kind of why I'm a little hesitant to say that this weird, water creature that Elgin is saying is cicada related, because it does. It kind of has a different feel to it than that weird cicada stuff did. I mean, I suppose we'll find out as the season progresses, but I was kind of getting that feeling as well. Like this feels like it's something different. This feels like it's something new, something we don't really quite know what it is yet. And again, it might just simply be this is Elgin's storyline for season 3 to figure out what this thing is trying to tell him, maybe. But yeah, I get the sense that you might be right. I think you might be right. This might be separate from the cicada thing. Could be. Very well could be. What about you, Raven? You think the cicadas are gone for good?
Man, if I didn't see Randall writhing around, then I probably would have said yes. I would have thought that storyline had ended, that they'd put it on the shelf for now. I don't know. I mean, it seems like the actual cicadas, probably yes. I don't think we're going to see bugs around again. I don't know. I think maybe we're going to go back into the realm of psychological, as far as, like you said, PTSD, or the memory remains in with Randall, with Mari, with Julie. Probably sounds like, especially with Julie. And again, now her dad's out in the woods somewhere, and her mom's gone, so she doesn't really have anybody to talk to. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure, Mari will be talking to Christy. Yeah, Randall's going to have to go it alone. I mean, he doesn't have anybody to confide in. He does, so yeah, it'll be interesting. But yeah, I think cicada wise, I think the cicadas themselves are gone, but I don't think the after effects are gone. It's just, again, we have to wait and sit tight and see, a few more data points to see exactly how present they are going to be in this oncoming season, and how much time they want to dedicate to that as a plot thread, when we already know that the monsters are doing, the actual monsters are doing different tactics and stuff. So
they are. They're definitely evolving their tactics a little bit as well. But yeah, what do you guys think in the chat as well? I just put up a poll. If you don't see it, just refresh your live chat and you should see it. What do you guys think in the chat? Cast your votes right now. Is the cicada entity gone? Will it be coming back? Is the cicada entity gone? Yes or no? So far, it seems like 62% say yes, it is gone. So yeah, cast your votes, guys. Let us know what you think. Is the cicada entity gone? Will it be popping back up? We love to know what you guys have to say on it as well. Because yeah, I'm kind of 50-50 on it myself. It's like you said, we went that Randall scene definitely is making me question whether or not it's fully gone. And I kind of had a little bit questions of that coming out of season 2 as well. Like, how do we know that this entity didn't want Boyd to smash that music box? How do we know that's not exactly what it was manipulating Boyd to do? We get the feeling that smashing the music box ended all of this, but what if that wasn't really the case? What if that was actually what the entity wanted? I don't know. I kind of go back and forth on it 50-50. Part of me thinks it's gone. And then part of me, like you said, you see those Randall scenes and you think, is it gone? I don't know.
Right.
I
And
don't
then,
know.
yeah, and then I'm thinking like how much of their season 2 storyline are they going to discard? Because the bile turned into nothing. They can't just discard
Exactly.
everything. So there has to be
Yeah.
a through thread that at least carries on. So maybe they will be. I mean, it is tough to say. It's tough to say. I mean, I had to guess. I had picked my guess, which was yes, it's gone. But maybe it could be completely wrong. I mean, we could see that in the very next episode. We didn't really hear them. That was one thing. We could actually hear them like in the environment when they were present.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
again, it's getting cold. Maybe the cicadas are staying inside because it's getting cold.
A little too cold. Yeah, a little too cold. Is there a Tilly emoji? Feel like we'll be meeting one soon. There is. I do have a Tilly emoji that I can make. It's the Tilly pointing her finger of scorn, as it were. I can definitely add that into the roster of emojis. So absolutely, Orlando. I will add the Tilly emoji, and it'll be up before our next stream. Yeah, we can definitely do a fanny pack granny emoji. I am down for that. Poll is almost tied 50-50. I had a feeling this would be one that was kind of close to split down the middle, if not, if not close to it, maybe. Because again, it's one of those things where there's just so much about that whole thing that we still don't know. But again, it might be gone. That storyline might be just completely over, and now we're on to bigger and badder and new things that are going to be thrown at the town. But I like Tim R's take. Hot take, but the cicadas were kind of dumb. And honestly, like if they were trying to convey that kind of fear, like I mean, using something like spiders or something like that probably would have been way more scary. So in a sense, I get what you're saying. I mean, it was cicadas, so it wasn't really too scary. But you see spiders or scorpions or something like super creepy crawling into people, that would have been a little scary, at least for me anyway. I'm not a big fan of spiders. I can deal with just about any insect in the world. Spiders is the only thing I do not fucks with. But yeah, I mean, I can see what you mean. It was, I know, cicadas, like cicadas. I don't know. But yeah, it was they were a formidable enemy for a little bit there. That the entity was a little bit formidable at the beginning, but I don't know. I don't know if we will be seeing these cicadas again. I believe that we won't necessarily see the cicadas again, but the effects of what the three went through may still be in play. And that was kind of where I was leaning as well. And I love that you worded it like that, Delsenia, because it does look like Julie, Randall, and Mari, after the music box gets destroyed, it does kind of seem like they are lifted from that weird kind of coma-like trance that they are in. But like you said, like based on seeing some of these season three trailer scenes, like the one of Randall Raven or the one of Randall kind of rolling around on the ground, as that Ravener brought up, then you start to see of the synopsis of Julie in particular. She's going to be dealing with some kind of trauma this season, and then we also know that Julie and Randall in particular are going to be having some scenes together later on in the season where they are quote unquote seeking normalcy. So I think this is probably more in line with what is actually happening. I don't think we'll see the actual cicadas flying around again anytime soon, but I do think we will see some kind of after effect to what happened to them happen in Julie, Randall, and Mari. So yeah, I agree with you, Delsenia. I think you are spot on. Spot on. But yeah. Yeah, and the bile. Yeah, the bile didn't go anywhere. I mean, a lot of us were wondering where the heck is this bile storyline going to go, and it ultimately just kind of withered and died. It ended up being a huge red herring at the end of the day. And when you're kind of watching mystery box style of storytelling like this, we are going to see things from time to time that are like that. Things that we as the audience might think are going to play some kind of bigger role only to end up being nothing at all. Clever writers that are writing these kind of mystery style shows, they do like to throw in these kind of red herrings every once in a while to kind of throw the audience off. Now, I know some people think that the bile might return in the show at some point, and that's certainly possible. I mean, we're not quite sure where the bile is now, but when Boyd tried to use it and putting it on the bullets, it looked like he still had a good amount left of it. Didn't look like he used all of it. So yeah, we're not quite sure. Where is the bile now? Did they keep it somewhere? Did they throw it away? Will it come back in the storyline in some other weird capacity? Will they find out that the bile has some other use that they didn't anticipate? I don't know. I suppose that's possible. But at least up until now, in terms of all of the evidence we've been giving up until this current episode, it does kind of seem like the bile was just a red herring. But I don't know. I guess we'll see if it returns or not. I guess we shall see.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, you could just do a fanny pack, says Jen Hack.
Oh my God.
If I can find a decent enough fanny pack to make an emoji, I can try and make that happen. So, I mean, the thing with custom YouTube emojis is they can only be a certain size and they can only be a certain dimension. So, there's some things that I want to make emojis out of that I simply can't because I can't cut them down to the proper size. But I'll try. I will certainly try. If a fanny pack is possible, I'll give it a whirl. I will give it a whirl. And also you have to wonder, how do the monsters know they are running out of food? I still think there's somebody in the group that is giving an information to them for protection, maybe. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's still a huge question mark in terms of how do the monsters know everything they know? They seem to know a lot of intimate details about the town's inner workings. I mean, we know the monsters are sleeping during the day in the caves underground. And if that's the case, how the heck did they hear Boyd say, "You won't break me," talking about this place not breaking him? So yeah, Ant, that's still a huge question mark. We have no idea how the monsters are getting all of their information. Could there be some kind of mole in town feeding them info? I think it's possible. I don't think it's likely. I think the mole kind of storyline kind of came and gone and nothing really happened of it, but it could potentially rear its head again, and maybe we will see some kind of mole-like character. I suppose nothing's impossible. I mean, this is From, after all.
Yeah, I mean, they do have to explain some, at least how the voice on the radio knew what Tabby was doing, how they knew, like a specific explanation of who was there watching Katri when he buried his pouch or his bag. There's surveillance inside and out, and we don't know if it's like an omniscient entity that sees everything, that knows everything, both inside and out. If it's like specific to one place, if if the trees are watching you, who knows,
Exactly. I mean, we have no idea. I know there's been a pretty interesting fan theory that has been that's been in the fandom ever since even early in season 1, where some people seem to think that maybe the crows are some sort of surveillance system. That's what I mean. We have no idea what role these crows are playing, but it does seem like the crows are going to be important in some way, shape, or form. They're hitting us over the head with showing us all of these crows, whether it's in the show, in the drawings, in the intro. We see the one kind of instance down in the caves when Tabitha and Victor are down in the caves. We see a crow getting eaten by one of the rats. Is that a kind of future foreshadowing for something that's going to happening? Some people seem to think so. But yeah, we have no idea what these crows are, what purpose they are going to serve on the story. But there are some people out there that think the crows are spying on the town during the day, and that's how the monsters get their information. Now, I don't know if that's the case personally, but it's a cool theory. Theory.
If that was true, I wish they would show it a little more, or at least have the sound of crows or something around the town. I mean, we definitely saw them at the tree, at the point of the tree.
They're always at the tree that when people get stuck here in Fromville. It seems like there's always kind of crows right at the downed tree.
So I don't know if like that's what their role is, in that. But I haven't, we haven't really seen a whole lot of evidence of them being present in the town, to an extent that they would be like an all encompassing surveillance force. Although they do show up in the trailers, so I mean, I guess maybe they're going to be doing some glazing, some window work coming soon.
Maybe. And Michael B.J. says, Nathan did kind of seem like a sissy if his big fear was cicadas. I don't know why that made me laugh. My worst nightmare would be a moth entity. Oh, yeah, like a giant Mothman. Yeah, keep that thing away from me. Keep that away from me. I don't want to see no giant Mothman. Shit.
Yeah.
Nick L says, if an entity is powerful enough to pick these people off the roads all over the country, they are powerful enough to listen in on the people. And maybe that's just the case. I mean, we still have no idea what is trapping these people here in Fromville. But it does seem like Fromville itself, the forest, the town, it does seem like it has a sentience to its own. It has its own consciousness. It's almost like it's alive. And maybe that is the case. Maybe that's how the monsters are getting their information. They're kind of just in tuned with this place. And it's kind of some kind of hive mind like thing where one knows it, all of them know it. Because it does seem like they all have the same information. But yeah, whatever this place is, whatever Fromville is, the town, whatever you want to call the place that they're stuck in, it definitely seems like it is actually alive. It has its own sentience. And maybe that is what is keeping an eye on everything. It does seem like it is keeping an eye on most things. We see it kind of completely destroy the Matthews family house and doesn't destroy any of the other homes. We see it send a nasty storm towards Colony House when they build the radio tower. So whatever is in control of Fromville, whatever this thing is, it seems like it has, like you said, it's very powerful and has a lot of control over this place, and maybe even control to pull people from the real world into here, as we have maybe seen in some cases. Something lured Father Cautry back into his car to drive, and then boom, 2 hours later he's stuck here. So yeah, maybe it's just Fromville itself. The very place itself has a sentience to it. So maybe that is the ultimate big bad. Maybe that is the ultimate main villain. Because that's something we've discussed on stream a few times in the past, is the show hasn't outright shown us if there is just one main big bad villain, one ultimate villain that they need to go up against, unless the main villain is the town itself, the town of Fromville. That is the ultimate main villain. Escaping the town is ultimately defeating the big bad. That could potentially be the case, where there isn't one entity that is just the big bad, or one monster that is the big bad, the main villain. It could just be that this place itself, Fromville itself, is the main villain. Because again, the town, the forest, it does seem like it's a character in the show at this point and not just a setting. But yeah, interesting stuff. When Randall was trying to steal Alma, he did say, "You guys don't even know what's happening." I think that's what it was. He says, "You guys have no idea what's going on. You have no idea what's happening," instead of, "You don't know who you're dealing with." I do think he said something like that. "You guys have no idea what's happening. You have no idea what's going on," something like that. So yeah, again, it looks like Randall's fear was kind of winning out in that moment. You know, the fear of running out of food, maybe. I don't know. But yeah. I also think Jay is going to lose his mind because of that symbol and start killing people. Now, this has been a theory that a lot of people have been kind of juggling back and forth for a while, considering the weird parallels that we see Jade's storyline playing out and Christopher's storyline playing out. It seems like Christopher was the person who was seeing the symbol before Jade saw it. Now Jade's seeing it all these decades later. And you start to think, could Jade potentially go down a similar path that Christopher did? We're still not 100% sure what happened to Christopher ultimately, but according to Victor, he started to change. He started to become a little bit darker. And where at one point he was like a happy-go-lucky guy, and he was one of the only people that was capable of making people laugh and smile here. And that's, you know, one of the hints that a lot of us thought why the doll belonged to Christopher, and it seems like it might based on these season 3 trailers. But yeah, if that's the case, did maybe Christopher not solve what that symbol was, and it ended up making him go mad? And if that's the case, could that be happening to Jade? If Jade ultimately doesn't figure out what this symbol is trying to tell him, could Jade be the next one to kind of go crazy? It's possible, because it seems like Christopher had some kind of role to play in the 1978 massacre, the original massacre when Victor was a child. Christopher had some kind of role in it. I mean, there's a very specific reason why we hear Victor's mother saying to Victor and Eloise, "Find somewhere to hide where Christopher can't find you. Not where the monsters can't find you. Find somewhere to hide where Christopher can't find you." So it seems like he did become corrupted at some point, and maybe it
Yeah.
was the symbol that corrupted him.
Yeah, and it may not even be that he did anything. It may have just been the symbol, like imposed itself in his mind so constantly, kind of the same way that it's doing with Jade. But it, it progressed and progressed. I still think that maybe like just like through the continuous visions or whatever, at some point, maybe the entity or whoever is putting those visions in his head got access to Christopher's mind. It doesn't mean that Christopher did anything. It definitely doesn't mean that he murdered all those people, but they got access to what Christopher knows, what Christopher's seen, what's in his memory. And Christopher knew everywhere where people hide. And next thing you know,
Maybe.
so the monsters, it would be, it wouldn't be hunting. It would be walking to where they know the people are. And that's why it was so specific to get, go somewhere where Christopher doesn't know. Now, it was just kind of weird that the root cellar was the place that they chose, because it's like you'd think if you were a monster, that would be the first place on your patrol. You'd go to the root cellar and check it out.
Not a very good hiding spot. Like if I'm trying to hide somewhere where nobody's gonna find me, I'm not picking the fucking root cellar, a place that probably the whole town knows about, Christopher including. Yeah, it didn't seem like the best hiding spot, that is for sure. But I wanted to say what is up, and thank you for Becky T for becoming a new member of the channel. So glad to have you here, my friend, and I look forward to having you here on our future streams, and I hope you have a good night. Thank you for joining. And everybody else who is kind of departing, maybe now or earlier, very much appreciate everybody for joining us on this festive night. Festivus for the rest of us, in a sense. But yeah, if the big bad was the town itself and all of the land, the trees, and everything else, it would make sense that the plants would die with an angry god, and that does seem like what is happening. That this place is actively turning on them. It seems like that is part of what is going on here. And as Hollywood Pineapple asked, if that is the question, why is the town angry? And I think the town is angry because we are seeing people actively, quote unquote, breaking the rules. Whatever this thing is, whatever this consciousness, this entity, this town, whatever this thing is that brought these people here, one thing we know for certain is that it doesn't want people trying to escape. It doesn't want people looking for answers too much. And I think we're seeing the consequences of people meddling in things that they're not supposed to be meddling in. Like at the end of season 1, we see Jim and Jade build the radio tower. And right after they get the radio tower up and they're actively looking for a way out, what happens? The freaking thing sends a giant storm to Colony House and takes out the radio tower. Boyd and Sarah, at the end of season 1, they're also trudging out into the forest, trying to find answers, trying to find a way out. And we see all the hell that they get put through as a result. And now here we are heading into season 2 and 3. It's, it seems like the more that these characters are actively looking for a way out, the more that this place is starting to turn on them. That's kind of what I'm seeing anyway. I could be wrong, but it seems like this place is actively turning on them because people are breaking the rules. It doesn't want people trying to escape. And now that Tabitha has escaped, all bets are off. I think that could potentially be why things are going to get so bad in season 3, because someone did get out and broke the rules entirely. Now the rest of the townsfolk are going to have hell to play. This place is going to continue to turn on them, I think.
Right. But I think it's in a like a more subtle way. It's tightening the screws on them. It's making things because if the town wanted to, we've seen it. If it can control weather, it could go 50 below immediately, freeze everybody. It doesn't want to kill them. It wants to make everybody miserable. And the food short. The food shortage.
You start to think if the fear is what the thing is feeding on. It wants these people to be afraid. It wants them to be in that state of despair. It wants them to have no hope. That's one thing we hear the Abby entity say to Boyd at the end of season 2. We're not 100% sure if we can trust anything she said, but she does bring up it's not fear that the forest feeds on. It's hope. And maybe that is part of it. Maybe this place wants to give people a little bit of hope just to take it away. If they outright just kill everybody, game's over at that point. Like you said, maybe they want to make people suffer a little bit more. Maybe fear and
crank it up,
and stealing hope is part of it.
Right. Half the crops. Oh, not all the crops. Half the crops died in the storm. So people were like, well, we still have hope. We still have half. hey, it's bad, but not that bad. We still have half. Well, then they go out and find out the other half. It's like, oh, so it's a 1-2 punch. It's not all at one. It's not a
Yeah.
losing
Yeah.
everything. So yeah,
Yeah.
I think there's that anxiety, all that emotional energy, that psychological energy, everything is amped up. Everything is amped up in a negative kind of way, and that's absolutely got to be the goal. That's got, whatever it is,
Maybe
I definitely feed
crank up
on it.
the intensity,
And I
and
think,
see.
yeah, Abby was lying. Ghost Abby, fake Abby was absolutely lying. That Hope was the the fuel. I absolutely
Yeah.
think it's
You can't really trust anything she said at this point because it's
right.
such an unreliable source.
Right, right.
But yeah, it definitely seems like whatever is going on here, it doesn't just want to kill people. It wants them afraid. It wants them hopeless. It wants them broken, spirit, mind, and body. Definitely Boyd at the very least. This place is definitely working overtime to try and break Boyd. But it's interesting looking at the poll. Is the cicada entity fully gone? It seems like we are at 50-50. 51 yes, 49 no. Wow, it's really split down the middle.
That's
That is
awesome.
awesome. That
It
is
really
so awesome to see. Yeah, that's cool. That is cool. Wow, split right down the middle, guys. Split right down the middle. Awesome. And we got 93 votes already. So if you haven't voted already in the poll, drop your vote right there. Is the cicada entity fully gone? Yes or no? Wow, yeah, pretty split down the middle. That's cool. That's cool to see. I like that. I like that. And again, I say this all the time, but that's what makes this show and that's what makes this fandom so awesome and so cool. Because again, if we were all watching the same thing and all thinking the exact same way, it just wouldn't be fun. These discussions would not be fun if we all thought the exact same way about everything that this show throws at us. It's how we each individually analyze these scenes and what we interpret out of them. Like what I get out of a scene is going to be totally different than what Ravener gets out of a scene, or what one of you guys get out of a scene. And that is what is so fun about the show and about this fandom and about these discussions, because we can kind of come together and kind of compare and contrast how each one of us is seeing this show, and hopefully we can kind of start to solve some of these mysteries together as a whole as we go on. But again, that's why I really enjoy these discussions, because there is, we're all seeing this same show, but we're all seeing it from our own point of view, with our own experiences guiding us and our own kind of perception. So it's really fun when we kind of get here and we do see that there's a lot of different theories on some of the same scenes, because again, it would be so boring if we all just thought the same way.
Oh yeah. And
So
I
I love
mean,
seeing that in the show.
and sometimes things like someone in the chat will they'll bring up an angle, and then I've seen it, I've done it many times during the show, where I'm like, I formulate a theory just based on, okay, well, if that's true, then how about that? And then sometimes it'll run the chorus. It'll run like, okay, well, maybe this is possible, and then we can immediately dispel it. And that's another great thing that's going to happen in season 3 is, one by one, man, these theories are going to start falling away. They're no longer going to be applicable, because we're getting more additional info that is coming from the actual show. So we'll know, okay, well, now we can stop burning calories going in this direction, because we know that's absolutely, that door is closed, and now we can go on. And okay, we know, and again, knowing what it's not is sometimes just as good as knowing what it
Just as
is.
valuable.
Yeah.
Just as valuable of knowing what it is. Absolutely. Because like you said, by the time season 3 ends, I get the feeling we're going to be able to a little bit more accurately start to kind of predict where the show is going after we do start getting some more of these definitive answers. It does seem like we are getting some real answers this season, based on everything we've been seeing, based on everything that the cast and crew have been saying in interviews and in behind the scenes videos. They all keep saying the same thing. We are getting definitive answers that actually mean something this season. So yeah, once we have those solid data points that we can reference, I think our theory crafting will only be getting kind of more and more accurate as these seasons go on, because we'll be able to, like you said, we'll be able to kind of throw this theory away, not spend so much time on this theory as we are getting new information that points in a different direction. And that's why I always try to say, I try not to stay too married to any one in particular theory. I always have my personal individual theories as to where I think the story is going. But if I see something in the show that tells me that my theory probably isn't right, I will easily kind of adjust and rework my theory, because you want to be able to adjust, because you never know what this show is going to throw at you. If you're
Mhm.
kind of too married to just one theory, sometimes confirmation bias will kind of come into play, where you'll be watching the show and you'll be actively looking for things that support your theory, as
Mhm.
opposed to just watching the show and taking it in, on its own, as in its merit, and kind of forming a theory after you see what you see. But that's just my approach to the show. I know everybody has a totally different approach to theory crafting and to watching the show, and that is totally cool. We love seeing all of the different approaches. We love talking about all of the differences, and
Mhm.
again, that's what makes these discussions fun. It would be incredibly boring if we all were just watching this show through the same exact point of view.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the differences in opinions and theories that make these discussions fun.
Yeah, yeah, and for me, like, I just barely posted one in Discord today, and I almost never post theories just because I always get hung up on where it doesn't, how I can't reconcile it with what we've been given in the show. So it might be cool, it feels fun, to think, okay, wow, and I've got, it's like playing hopscotch or something. You're like 3, 4, 5 steps
Yeah.
down the road, and then I'm like, but how do I get this to fit with this other aspect? One major thing though, if they ever reveal it, and the thing is, uh, there's lots of ways they can do it. Uh, a lot of theories, and a lot of the stuff that we've been shown, some of it will almost require time travel to be addressed. Now, some people are okay with that. Some people absolutely hate the idea of time travel. We need to know whether it is possible. There are certain magical type things, like supernatural type things, but that would be one thing that if they show it, and I mean, especially in regards to Tabitha's storyline, um,
Mhm.
if we see it. Now, I don't know. Maybe, I mean, and a lot of the stuff with the bracelet. How do and people have come up with lots of theories about the bracelet. Tabitha's bracelet being on Victor's mom in 1978 when she left. Lots of different ways, to talk about that. But the show has to say, and it can't be a dream sequence. It can't be, although, I mean, you made the point that, dream, things, since things can be brought out. I think Julie B also talked about like bringing things out of a dream. So if
Yep.
again, how would I can't remember Victor's mom's how would she bring something that hadn't been created, that she'd never seen, out of a dream, unless she was having a premonition dream, like a dream of the
Mhm.
future,
Yeah,
which,
I have a
again,
whole new
so weird.
I have a whole new perspective on this bracelet
Mhm.
idea, because unfortunately I saw a pretty big spoiler that was
Mm.
brought into my comment section, and now that the more that I'm watching, I'm starting to wonder, maybe this person wasn't just trolling, maybe the spoiler was real. And if the spoiler I saw was true, then it's going to go a long way, or at least it's definitely going to help explain a little bit more about that bracelet. That's all I'll say.
Okay, okay.
If the spoiler I saw is true, I mean, it could just have been someone trolling, but if it
Well,
is true, it might potentially help us at least begin to look in the right direction as to what this bracelet really came from and its origins and stuff like that. But again, I
okay.
don't know if the spoiler I saw is true or not. It could have been just
Okay.
someone trolling. But
Okay. Yeah. Oh, it'll be interesting though to see. I
comment
mean,
section.
just the fact that they address that. That, I mean, because I go again. They only have X amount of screen time per episode. They give that bracelet as that a certain amount of screen time. I won't count the scene with Victor in the root cellar as that, but they directly addressed it. I mean, they gave it a backstory with Jim and and Tabitha and whatnot, and all that stuff. So it's obviously something that they felt that's worth dedicating precious screen time to. So it's
Yeah.
good. It would be good to see it somehow resolved. Yeah.
I hope so. I mean, again, like that's a very specific thing that you would think they have an answer for that. You would think they already have that kind of planned out, that there is going to be some kind of explanation for that, because it's a very specific and super trippy thing that the
Mhm.
entire fandom noticed. And again, it does seem like the creators of From, they does seem like they keep, at least, if not crazy close attention, at least they keep a little bit of an ear to the ground in terms of fan theories. I definitely think they're paying attention a little bit. And I have to imagine they must know all of the hype that is surrounding this bracelet and all of the awesome theories that are surrounding it and where it actually came from, how it ended up in Fromville, yada yada. So at this point, I would be super surprised if they don't have an answer for what really is happening there. And yeah, maybe we'll find out. But this is another thing that I 100% believe is exactly why the massacre happened as well. I'm right there with you, Javon. I'm wondering if Victor's mom knew how to escape Fromville, and that's why the massacre happened. And I think that is exactly the case, because we do know that Victor's mother did know how to escape, or at least that's what we've been told up until this point. When we actually look back at that scene, Victor specifically says that, or apparently Eloise specifically tells Victor that mom is going to the tower to rescue the children, and then we are going home. That was the plan. So it seems like whatever Miranda found out, whatever Victor's mother knew, it seems like, yes, she did discover a way out of Fromville, because that's the exact words that were conveyed to Victor. We're going to the tower to rescue the children, and then we're going home. So it's starting to hint that Miranda knew a way out of here. And if that was the case, if Fromville, this place, whatever this place is, if it knew that she found a way out, I think that is exactly why the massacre happened when it did, because we don't ever really see instances where this thing wants to just kill the entire town. Again, they want it to be slow. They want people to suffer. They want to feed on your fear. And the fact that they just killed the entire town like that, that
Mhm.
definitely tells me that this place of Fromville knew that Miranda found a way out, and they wanted to stop her, so they killed everybody and started all over again with a new group of people. That's just my theory, personally. But yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. Because why else would the massacre happen? It seems like these, again, the monsters, this place, it doesn't seem like it just wants to kill everybody. It seems like there's a longer game going on here. But it did kill everybody in the span of one night. And again, I do think that's because Miranda found a way out, and instead of risking all of these people escaping, they all got killed instead.
Yep. And yet, when there were a bunch of people died in the Colony House massacre, they got a bus the next.
We got new arrivals. Yep, we
Yeah,
got new
I,
arrivals to freaking fill them on in, almost like it
yeah,
always wants people in this town.
yeah. But we didn't see any indication by Victor that that there was that kind of massive replacement after the massacre. It, but then again, we haven't heard one way or the other. I mean, I'm just assuming that
Yeah,
there
that's
wasn't
the
another
thing.
bus.
We know Victor was alone for a while, but when exactly did the town start getting repopulated again after the massacre happened? From what we can tell so far, it seems like Donna might be the person that has been here the second longest after Victor. And we know Donna has been here for 3 years. So if
Okay.
that's the case, does that mean Victor was alone for 40 years here? Or were
Right.
there potentially some other arrivals in between the massacre and Donna's arrival that arrived here and were subsequently all killed off? I mean, were there other arrivals that came decades ago that maybe just didn't make it? That's the
Yeah.
thing the show hasn't really been too clear on. Was Victor alone for 40 years? Or were there other people that just didn't make it to our present timeline?
Oh, I just automatically assumed that people started coming fairly shortly after, but then just everybody is dead because Donna was talked about hiding in the bush, and just you had to hope that you didn't get that you didn't get caught. And then I thought was it Katri? Did I lose Jeremy, or did you guys lose me? Oh, okay. But I think it was Katri that was telling Boyd that we used to lose more people in a week than we lost.
And we did in a month or in
Yeah.
months. Yeah. 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 It seems like they were losing people almost every single night before they had the talismans. But yeah, that's one thing I really want to know. How long was Victor on his own for? Because Victor does say for a while it was just me here. So and
Mm.
considering how traumatized he was and the state that he is still in, it does. You do kind of get the sense that Victor was on his own here for a while. Now, was it the whole 40 years? I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there have been other arrivals in between the massacre and Donna's arrival, but maybe that's something we'll learn at some point. Who knows?
I mean, imagine being the first guy to drive in, and then you see Victor there, and with Victor's ability to explain anything, trying to tell you that you need to hide because these monsters are going to come out of the woods in the dark. You're going to be like, what? Probably the first 400 people that arrived were just not believing Victor, or Victor wasn't able to communicate what was going to happen.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Okay, kid, whatever. I'm going to be, I'm going to go in this house and chill for a bit.
Yeah. It's
How
gonna
did
get. How did it all play out? I mean, we do hear from Scott McCord that he credits the boy in white helped Victor survive for a little bit on his own right after the massacre. But again, how long was he on his own? Was he on his own for 45 plus years until Donna arrived? Or again, were there some other arrivals in between? That is one thing I really, really want to know.
Yeah, I mean,
Because Donna has been there the second longest after Victor right now in our current storyline, but Donna's only been there for 3 years.
I mean,
as
I guess you
said.
could look at the automobile graveyard and figure between 1 and 4 people per vehicle, and then multiply.
Maybe.
And he talked about
And
how
Victor,
it extended. Yeah.
yeah, and he did say that there were vehicles there before he even arrived as well, indicating that there was potentially a whole new batch of Fromville people that were there even before the 1978 massacre. So yeah, there's a lot we don't know. There is a lot we don't know about the history of this place. And that's one thing I don't know if they're ever going to explore. I don't know how much they're going to focus on flashbacks and things like that. I think we'll get a few of them here and there in the capacity like we got in season 2. We get that nice flashback that reveals the whole Eloise storyline. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get little flashback scenes or episodes like that, but I don't know how heavy they're going to focus on, past generations. I hope they do. I really hope we do. I hope we get by the time this whole show is over, I hope we get at least a more definitive kind of accurate look of the timeline and how things kind of occurred both in the 78 massacre and before it and after it. But yeah, I don't know how deep they're going to go into the past. I guess we'll have to see how much they choose to reveal, I guess.
Yep. Yeah. There's so many questions still remaining. I want to know. Yeah, and I would love to see some flashbacks. I want to see flashbacks of what they've ever tried. I want to see the flashbacks of them testing the talismans. You can't just set it on your mantle. It has to be hanging. The process by which they learned how the talismans work. Because Boyd bringing them back in a bundle is one thing, but getting them on the wall in a specific way and
how you go from A to B.
And if you got 6 of them, well, hell, I just let me go find a rock, let me go and a chisel, and I'll go chisel these shapes in there. We have to see if there's some kind of curse, some kind of blessing, some kind of whatever that's imbued into the stone to give it the power. Is it literally just the markings that give it the power? So you could duplicate them if you wanted to. We all have theories, but we gotta see what the show writers have to say about it. So I definitely want to see some more about that. And
Me too.
And in my heart, I just love the idea of supernatural. I love the idea of supernatural things. So I want to see, is it true? Is it true? Are they going to put it in there, or are they not going to put it in there?
Yeah. And that's ultimately where I'm hoping this story is going to go at the end of the day. I hope that we're heading a little bit more for a kind of supernatural, mystical kind of explanation as opposed to kind of, simulation, sci-fi thing like that. I really hope we're heading into the kind of more mystical, supernatural realm. And it seems like we are. I feel like we have more evidence for that than any other kind of answer up until this point. But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, Victor created the boy in white to cope with the trauma. That's a pretty popular theory as well. It's hard to tell. I don't know what is 100% certain and what is not. But a lot of fans do seem to think that Victor might have just conjured the boy in white as a way to cope with his trauma. So yeah, it's an interesting theory. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's definitely a cool theory. Victor had a gun, and he knew how to use it too. Who taught him? Yeah, that's a good point. Who taught him how to shoot? I mean, is that something he just kind of taught himself after familiarizing himself with a gun after over, who knows how many years? Or did someone maybe actually teach him how to shoot a gun when he was young or when he was older? Don't know. That's a good point. He does know how to shoot and operate that gun, though. Definitely. Definitely. And yeah, there's a lot of cars in that field. And yeah, we do hear Victor say that there were cars here even before he arrived. So again, it does seem like people have been getting trapped here in Fromville for potentially decades or maybe even centuries for all we know. We see a lot of signs in this show that point to Fromville potentially being very, very old, like maybe centuries old even. So that's one thing I would like to know, like how far back does this place go? We look at the monsters, and the monsters seem to be all dressed in 50s, 60s era clothing, and it's hard to tell if that's a hint as to when they were created or their origin or the timeline of their origin. Was there a point in time where the monsters weren't here in Fromville? I don't know. But those are some of the questions I really hope that the show answers by the time it is all done. The origin of the monsters, where they came from, what happened to these people that turned them into this, if that's the case, and ultimately, what is Fromville and what is this place ultimately for? We did get that interesting kind of statement from John Griffin before the series started, before season 3 started, and he said specifically that the quote unquote true nature of the town will come into focus this season. And that is something that is very intriguing. That tells me that we definitely are going to get some definitive answers as to what this place might be. But having its true nature come into focus, yeah, give me some of that. Give me some of that. What is Fromville ultimately for? Is this some kind of supernatural prison? Is this place meant to keep all of these monsters and entities and all of these things here locked away so they don't get into the real world? What exactly is the ultimate purpose of this place? I don't know, but maybe we'll get a hint.
Yeah. I mean, it would be enough to just bring random people for whatever reason into a place they can't escape and make them coexist. That would be a challenge enough. And then adding in things that kill you after sunset, that's a whole nother element. So yeah, it would be nice to find out, what the hell is this?
Yeah. I mean, the boy in white found it innocently and gave it to him. Yeah, he gave him the gun. And this is a possibility as well, as Glue Guns and Roses brings up. Victor grew up in the 70s. Kids played with deadly yard darts and other dangerous stuff. He probably would shoot cans or something before being stuck in front. That's very possible. I think that's probably more even likely, actually. Because, yeah, when Victor does get stuck here, it seems like he's already 10 years old, 10 years old when he already gets stuck here. So yeah, maybe his dad kind of taught him how to shoot cans when he was back in the real world, and that's kind of how he knew how to use a gun. I could definitely see that. Absolutely, like you said, that was the 70s. It's a totally different time period than kids growing up now. Kids grew up with guns in the 70s. So yeah, I think you could be right there. I think you could be right there for sure. For sure. It's like there's a demon conjuring up a little boy to make him look himself seen, not threatening. And that's the thing. I mean, why does this boy in white? Why does this entity always appear in this child form? We can see that it's clearly a lot older. I mean, we first see this thing canonically on the show right after the 1978 massacre. It appears and starts waving to Victor with dead bodies surrounding it, with a big old smile on his face. Totally not creepy at all. But yeah, I mean, here we are 4 or 5 decades later, and people are still seeing this boy in white, and he's still appearing in the exact same form. Maybe that's deliberate. Maybe the boy in white is choosing to use this boyish form so he does come across, like you said, less threatening, more trustworthy. I could see that. I mean, Sarah was certainly, convinced that this thing was not really a boy. And we, as the audience, have a unique perspective that the characters don't have. We are actually seeing this entire story in its entirety. So us as the audience, we know the boy in white has been around for at least 40, 50 years, and he still looks like a boy. Now, is he trapped in this boyish form? Did something happen to this boy in white? Was he human at one point and something happened to him that turned him into this? or is he some kind of other entity that is choosing to take on this boy form to become less threatening? I think either could be possible, but something's up. I mean, clearly this is no boy. He's much older, much older.
Yeah, yeah. And she never got to complete her thought either when they were walking through the woods talking about, I don't think he's a little boy.
Yeah.
She didn't get to
Yep.
specify what she thinks he is.
Yeah, it's yeah, and again, the boy in white is definitely one of the biggest question marks still on the show. I know it's a huge mystery. A lot of fans want to learn a little bit more about, myself included. I definitely want to learn like what the heck is this boy in white's deal? We have the fandom kind of almost split down the middle with, half of the fans seem to think that the boy in white is here to help, while the other half of the fans seem to think that he is sus and he has a little bit more of a malicious intent. And again, we're seeing kind of evidence for both being true. At sometimes he definitely seems like he's genuinely trying to help, and sometimes his actions look a little bit more sus. So yeah, I don't know. Is the boy in white trustworthy? Does he want to help? Does he have his own plan and he's just using the pieces on the board in the ways that he needs to? I don't know. I don't know what's up with the boy in white. I'm trying to make heads or tails of him, but I go back and forth as to whether or not he's good or evil, or maybe neither. Maybe he's not good or evil. He just simply has his own agenda and he's doing what he has to achieve that goal. If that means helping the people during the town at times to achieve his own end, he'll do that. If that means harming the people at the town to achieve his own end, maybe he'll do that. I don't know. But it's hard to know definitively if this boy in white is good or bad. But it's interesting to see how split the fandom is on it. That's pretty cool to see. It's always fun to see the fandom kind of, have a nice split decision as to what they think on a certain topic. And again, that's what makes these fun. That's what makes these fun. But I don't know. I still don't know. Boy in white good, boy in white evil. I don't know. I guess you guys can let me know in the chat. What do you guys think? Do you guys think the boy in white is ultimately here to help? Or do you guys think the boy in white is a little bit sus? What do you guys think? I don't know. I don't know. Ravener, have you landed on one side or the other yet?
Man, I have to think that I mean some of the stuff is extremely weird. Like you're saying, how he was acting after the massacre. But I think the way that he is guiding, like he guided Victor and Julie into a tree. He guided Boyd and Sarah into a tree. If he was bad, he could have just not done anything. He could have just not appeared at all, and they would have been, unless his interest is in keeping the game alive. Because they would have, probably in both cases, those people would have ended up dead if he hadn't have intervened. Ironically, both cases, he's pointing them to go into a tree, which puts him, like, all four people ended up in different locations. But I take it on the surface, it does appear that he's helpful. But yeah, but a skeptical, I would say, well, yeah, he's just keeping the game going. But, when the goal isn't to kill everybody, it's to, keep them freaking out and whatever. But I mean, he put Victor through the tree, which deposited him in the cave and gave him the instructions to sit tight and wait for Tabitha to come tumbling through the floor. He must have known, he must have, but again, though, if he knew ahead of time that was going to happen so that he could place Victor where he needed to be. Right. Exactly. And did he just know it was going to happen? Is he responsible for it? Did he have a hand in it? A lot of questions. Yeah. So he's, man, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's just neutral. Maybe he's just sus as hell in every kind of way.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, on the surface, he does kind of appear like he wants to help. We have actually seen plenty of cases where he has helped and maybe even saved characters' lives. But then we also see some of these other scenes that paint him in a little more of a suspicious light. So yeah, it's hard to know one way or another if he's sus or not. But yeah, I guess we'll find out. I guess we shall find out. The boy in white could help anytime he wants. Why not just help the people out if he was really trying to help? True, we need to find out his agenda. And again, I mean, we see that he clearly sent Tabitha to the real world. if he does kind of already know the way out, why doesn't he just tell everybody, hey, jump off this freaking lighthouse and you'll be back in the real world? Unless that's something that wouldn't work for everybody. I don't know. There's just so much about how Tabitha ended up where she ended up that we still don't know how it happened. Yes, she goes out of the lighthouse, but did she fall through some kind of portal or doorway on her fall on the way down that spit her out into the real world? Like, how did she get from A to B? What mechanism happened that sent her to the real world is the question, and something we still don't know.
And
He is
plus,
good and evil. Maybe
yeah.
he is both. Yeah.
And plus, like Victor had said, he hadn't seen him in a long time. He's just now making
disappeared for a
his
while.
reappearance. Yeah.
Yep.
So Ethan saw him when he was healing up from his leg, and then mentioned it to Victor. Even at that point, he hadn't appeared to Victor again. But now all of a sudden, he's showing up to everybody. So that is kind of strange as well, because there was, I mean, obviously life was going on at least for 96 days. People were coming and going, and prior to that, people were living and dying. What about Ethan and the Matthews family? What about the arrivals from episode 1, season 1, changed everything that spurred the Boy in White to even become an active thing again in the town? So that's another huge question.
Yeah, it's hard to know. It is hard to know. But I definitely want to learn a little bit more about him. The Boy in White could be neutral and is part of what happens in the town, and that's a possibility. I mean, maybe the Boy in White is just simply filling a function that he needs to fill. It could just be that simple. That I could definitely see that being possible. That's definitely a good one. Put up a poll about the Boy in White. Is he sus or is he not? I can do that. I have to end this other poll. Unfortunately, I have to end one poll before I start another. So if anybody wants to get their last minute votes in on is the cicada entity gone, I'll give it like 60 seconds and then I will end the poll. But as of right now, it seems like is the cicada entity gone? It seems like 56%, 57% are saying no. Oh, wow. So it's turned a little bit. The yes was winning for a while. Now it seems like the no is starting to run away with it. And we got 162 votes coming in. Awesome stuff, guys. 165 now. Yeah. Is the cicada entity gone? Will we see it return in some way, shape, or form? Yes or no? I'll leave that open for like one more minute. And then I will close that poll and I will put up the Boy and White poll. But yeah, 56. Yeah, looks like the no's are starting to run away with it. 57 now. Crazy. The no's are running away with it. No's are running away with it. The underdogs coming back.
But this
I still don't know which way I even go on this as well. Like I don't know. I see some scenes like you mentioned earlier. That Randall scene definitely is making me question whether or not it's truly gone. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
I know, it's so funny, and we're all watching the exact same show and coming up to a 50-something split, which is pretty wild.
Yeah, again, that's what's so fun about this show. Everybody has awesome and different, unique perspectives to bring to all of these awesome scenes that were being shown. Sorry, I am going to end it now. Looks like the no's have it. Will the entity be back? We got 56% for no and 43% for yes. Is the entity fully gone? It seems like 56% of the chat thinks no, it is not gone. It might be back. Awesome stuff, guys. Awesome stuff. All right, next one. Is the Boy in White good or evil? I'll actually, it's a yes or no. So I will put, is the Boy in White good? And if you think he's good, you can hit yes. If you think he's not good, you can hit no. Is the Boy in White here to help? That's a better way to word it, I think. Is the Boy in White here to help, or is he really a little bit more nefarious? What do you guys think? The poll is up. The poll is up. Is the Boy in White here to help? Wow, 50-50 right off the rip. Now, 50-50 again. 56% for yes, 55% for yes. Awesome. It is taking off. It is taking off. That's what I like to see. Is the Boy in White here to help? 70% seem to think he is here to help so far. Awesome. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see where that one
Yeah,
goes.
yeah.
And yeah, let your votes cast your votes, guys. Now cast your votes.
Yeah.
He mostly has his own agenda. I don't really know if it's a coincidence that the things seem bad at the moment from his advice. It's hard to tell. It is. It's like is his his advice that has led to some more shady things happening, like him sending Sarah and Boyd into the tree, which directly sends Boyd right to where he picks up the worms. Did the boy in white know that was Boyd? That was where Boyd was going to end up, or was the boy in white simply just trying to get them out of danger? Again, it's very ambiguous. The some of these more sus scenes are definitely left ambiguous, where it could easily fall one way or the other. So yeah, I'm not quite sure myself if the boy in
Yeah.
white is actually here to help or if he's a little more nefarious.
Right. But his first appearance was to Ethan. So, I mean, just
Yep.
by
Yep.
showing up to the main, I mean, to Ethan, he's kind of linking himself. So it's either an evil thing that's getting his hooks into into Ethan, right? Basically, while we're still essentially being introduced to Ethan too. I mean, the Matthews were brand new. So it's either he's either literally just trying to be his friend in some way or another, or he's trying to start manipulating from the jump, and Ethan is his conduit to being able to manipulate and do evil. So yeah, it's tough, man. Like he was
It's
suspicious
tough.
from he was very, and the music didn't help the issue because they kind of played it in a mysterious, ominous way too, I think,
Mhm.
when they introduced him, because we didn't know at that point what if he's a ghost, if
Yeah, it's that
what
creepy
is this?
wave at Ethan. The first time I
Yeah.
saw him, I thought for sure. I thought it was some kind of ghost or something. I got very creepy vibes the first time. The very first time we see the boy in white, like you mentioned, he's just sitting there waving at freaking Ethan from outside. So yeah, the first time I saw him, I thought, okay, what's up? Is this boy in white? This boy's a little bit creepy. But then again, it's hard to tell. It is hard to tell. Let's see what the poll says. Is the boy in white here to help? 64%, 62%, 60 so percent seem to think yes, the boy in white is here to help. Awesome stuff, guys. Keep those votes coming in. Let us know what you think. And yeah, this is another one. I say it depends on who you ask. I think the boy in white has his own agenda, and whether that is good or evil is debatable. Yeah, maybe it's just all a matter of perspective. I mean, you ask one person, is the boy in white evil? Like you ask Tabitha, is the boy in white evil? She might think he's a little bit more nefarious. But yet you ask Victor, is the boy in white good? He's probably going to say it's good because it's helped him. So that's a good point, Glue Guns and Roses. I guess it is a matter of perspective at the end of the day, and which characters kind of lens you are looking through. So no, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Very good point. The boy in white is bad, like those bad kids that are begging for hot chips. Begging for them hot chips. Yeah, I mean, there is a kind of strange similarity between the Ankui children and the boy in white. Obviously, the Ankui children look like they've been put through the absolute ringer between either being burnt or being blasted with radiation, even based on their hair, the way it looks. But they do kind of have some similarities in terms that they're all dressed in white, just like the boy in white is. Very similar clothing, same age. They definitely don't seem like they've aged, like they're kind of this spirit kind of form. So yeah, there's some interesting similarities between the boy in white and the Ankui children, and I don't know if they're connected in any way, but maybe we'll find out. Maybe we will find out. Yeah, justice for Alma. Justice for Alma. Well, didn't Alma make it? I thought Alma was one of the ones that made it. I'll have to go back and check, but I thought the only one that got killed was the cow. I think Alma's still around. I think Alma made it into the bar with Jade and Victor, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, if Alma did meet her end, then that is sad. But I thought Alma made it. Again, I'll have to go back and check.
You know what'll blow
Have to
my
go
mind
back
is if
and
the meat on the cow is spoiled somehow, like immediately
Ooh,
tainted.
yes, from the monster claw. Yeah,
Yeah, like rendering it
yeah.
unusable. Because I mean, at face value, it's like, okay, well, we hadn't planned on killing the cow right now, but we were going to eventually, so it just kind of accelerated that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, if it's tainted and ruined, and that's unusable, that'd be a double whammy.
That'd be a big blow. That'll definitely be I mean, that's so much meat that they would have to throw away. A whole cow like that. Yes, a whole cow that big isn't going to last the entire town very long, but it's still a whole cow that they're down. They need that now more than ever. So that is a good point that you bring up. I mean, will that claw mark that killed the cow potentially spoil the meat in some way? I don't know. I don't know. Boyd White is like the man from another place in Twin Peaks. Oh, yeah, some interesting similarities, kind of. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, and Twin Peaks is another phenomenal show. If you guys like From, these kind of weird mystery style shows, you'll probably like Twin Peaks as well. I would recommend checking it out if you're a From fan. Really good show. Would it have been worse for Boyd and Sarah if not for the Boyd White? And that's the question I keep asking myself. I'm not 100% sure if it would have been better or worse if they didn't go into that faraway tree, because it seems like Boyd and Sarah were getting closer and closer to that lighthouse. And then all of a sudden, boom, the boy in white shows up and directs them into the faraway tree. Yes, it was starting to get dark, and maybe they were worried about the monsters coming out, but they were so deep into the forest at that point. And that's another thing I wonder. If you get too deep out into the forest, like how much area do these monsters cover? I mean, it seems like they seem to be located close to the town for the most part. If you go far enough out into the forest, could you maybe be beyond the monster's radius? But if that's the case, what other dangers are out there in the forest? Because we know the monsters aren't the only threat. We have heard that the monsters are only the quote unquote tip of the spear, that there are worse things out here in the forest than the monsters. So it's really hard to tell how Boyd and Sarah would have fared if they didn't go into that faraway tree. But I don't know, the timing of it just kind of makes me question it a little bit. I'm not 100% sure which way to go, but the timing of knowing that they were getting so close to that lighthouse, and then boom, the boy in white shows up and kind of sends them into the tree. Did the boy in white maybe not wanting? Maybe the boy in white didn't want Boyd to find the lighthouse. Maybe, I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm not quite sure which way to go on it. Would Boyd and Sarah have been better off if they didn't go in the tree, or could they have made it? I don't know.
And it was getting dark because the storm was coming too. But what if they just bunkered down? But they'd had to pitch their tent, which did they lose the tent as a result of it being dragged?
It had holes all over it. After being dragged, it looked like there was a bunch of rip marks in the tent. So they probably couldn't have really secured it like they would have wanted to, maybe.
Okay. Because I was gonna say, even if it was intact, they would, their previous night's experience with it was that being dragged along in a random direction by an unknown thing. So yeah, they probably wouldn't have been, going through a mysterious tree probably was an appealing option.
Maybe it was the better option. Again, maybe the boy in white did save their lives by doing that. That is definitely possible. But yeah, the timing always made me at least double question it a little bit, at least consider the possibility that maybe he didn't want them finding the lighthouse. But again, maybe he was just trying to save them. That is definitely possible too.
But that's his job, though. I mean, he shows up at the timely moment. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, how cold is it outside and from? Do we think it's below 30 to keep the cow meat fresh? That's a good point as well. Like how cold is it actually going to get in this place? It looks like in episode 1, it's not nearly as cold as it's going to get, because as we look at some of the stills from some of the trailers, it looks like the snow is going to progressively get worse and worse and worse. The snow is going to start getting deeper and deeper and deeper as season 3 goes on. So I imagine, however cold it is right now, it looks like it's going to get a lot colder, because at some point we're going to get to a point where there's this much snow on the ground. But if we look at episode 1, the snow is only just barely starting to see snow on the ground in episode 1. There's not a whole lot of it. But again, we do know at one point we're going to see a ton of snow here at some point. So I think it's going to actively get colder. If it's not 30 below right now, it'll probably get there at some point. If not, I would imagine, because it looks like it's going to continue to freaking get worse and worse for them. Yeah. Oof. But yeah, who knows? Who knows what the true temperature is? I don't know. But again, I definitely think it's going to get worse and worse. because again, here we see Cannibal Village for the first time, no snow on the ground, and then that other still that we just looked at from the trailer from a later episode, it's covered in snow later on. So yeah, I don't know, but it definitely seems like it's going to get worse. Definitely seems like it is going to get worse. Yeah, the boy in white appeared there and waving from among the crowd. That was such a Pennywise moment. It was a little Pennywise-esque, wasn't it? I mean, because that's Pennywise's MO right there. He'll pop up holding his creepy red balloon, waving at someone, and then someone walks in front of him, and boom, he's gone, disappeared. So yeah, that was a little Pennywise-esque, a little bit, for sure. And yeah, Ethan opened the door because he's impossibly dumb. You poor kid. Yeah, he's dumb and he's a kid. I mean, you kind of want to make excuses for him because he is a child. But then again, Ethan's old enough to kind of know the dangers of this place. He knows the danger he is in by opening that door. So yeah, it was not a smart decision, especially to save a damn goat. Come on, Ethan, smarten up, buddy.
Yeah,
Smarten up.
and that was super suspicious too, because I mean, they had barely established that he had this, fondness for this one particular goat, and it just happened to be passing right in front of his house, and Granny just so happened to be right on the doorstep. I mean, those monsters weren't sitting outside on everybody's doorstep waiting for every random person to open it. She was exactly right there.
Right there. On the money. Yeah, good point. Is there a little bit more there than just simple coincidence having Alma stroll by the window there? And yeah, as Quan Solar brings up, what knocked on Jim and Kenny's cabin? Yes, another awesome scene. And again, two scenes. This scene reminded me of two things. As soon as I saw that knock on the cabin, I instantly had a flashback to two different scenes, one from season 1 and one from season 2. The season 1 scene that instantly reminded me of is whatever the heck it was that was dragging Boyd and Sarah's tent. I mean, something dragged the hell out of their tent, and seemingly it dragged them closer to the lighthouse. But what exactly was it? Who was dragging the tent? We have no idea. Could this have been the same thing that was dragging Boyd and Sarah's tent? I don't know. I mean, I suppose anything's possible. But the other possibility I thought, or not possibility, but the other thing that this scene reminded me of is the tapping that we hear on the RV in season 2 when Jim, Donna, Boyd, and Randall are all trapped inside the RV and the monsters are approaching. And then all of a sudden the Abby entity appears. Right before the Abby entity appears, we start hearing this weird tapping on the floor of the ambulance, which shouldn't be possible considering the RV is tipped on its side and there's nothing but ground underneath it. Nothing should be able to get under it and tap on the floor like that. Yet we hear this weird tapping coming from the bottom of the RV. So that was what those two scenes instantly kind of came to mind when I saw this and heard the tapping on the cabin. Could it be whatever was tapping on the RV, or could it be what was dragging Boyd and Sarah's tent? I'm not sure. I am not sure, but I'd love to know what you guys think. What exactly do you guys think was tapping on Kenny and Jim's hut? What exactly was knocking at the door? Or, I mean, again, part of me thought maybe it could have just been an animal or something, but at one point it looks like the tapping starts happening on the ceiling as well. So it's, I don't know. I don't know what was causing this, but I guess we'll find out.
And we definitely know that there is tapping that isn't monster related, because the same thing happened when in the Peach truck, when they first got in there, there was like noises, there was tapping and stuff like all over it, and that built up to that like shocker moment when the thing lifted and it was Boyd. Remember when Tabitha and Victor were in the Peach truck? There was like metal scraping sounds or whatever, and we thought for sure that it was the monsters getting ready, and they weren't secured by a talisman at that point either. And then here comes the back gate lifts, and everybody, and that was a suspenseful moment. Boyd. Yeah, and that was Boyd. Yeah. And that's when he threw that. That's when he put that torch in there, because he put it off to the side when he got in, and then closed the lid. That's why he had to go back there to retrieve the torch. When Reggie got him.
Yeah, it's yeah, well, what the hell is all this weird tapping coming from? It's again, it's super trippy. Again, the RV one was really trippy because nothing should have been able to be under that RV. It was literally tipped on its side and it was right up against the ground. The only thing I could possibly think of is, I mean, it's a very rare chance for something like this to happen, but when the RV went off the road, could it possibly have landed on top of one of the exits or entrances to the cave system, maybe? And that's how we heard tapping coming from under it? Because there shouldn't have been any space under that RV. The ground is right there. Nothing should have been able to fit under there to tap on it. Or maybe it was just the entity screwing with them. I think that's probably the most likely scenario. They was just screwing with their heads, trying to make them afraid, maybe. But again, I don't know. The tapping is super weird. Super weird. Yeah, absolutely. I would love to know the noise outside of the cabin. I don't think it knocked, but the subtitles said footsteps, I think. Yeah, the subtitles did said footsteps outside at one point, almost like something was walking around. I mean, was it potentially a monster knocking on the door? The thing that leads me to believe it's not a monster is the monsters usually they try to coax their way into places or they try to coax their way out of places. Even when the monsters were surrounding the RV in the first 2 episodes of season 1, you hear them saying, "Oh, are you all right in there? Can we help you? Come on out," yada yada. So I was hesitant to think that it was just a regular monster because we didn't hear any of that, any of the attempts to open the door. But like you said, the subtitles definitely said footsteps outside. So something was walking around out there. But I guess we'll
and
have
it
to
means
see what it was.
those freaky totems aren't working. Then they're not keeping anything out. If there's
Maybe. Yeah, we see a bunch of. I mean, again, we have no idea what these totems are for. Did they at one point keep evil out? And if that's the case, maybe they're not working anymore because we see them knocked over all over the place. It's just so many questions about this damn freaking show. But again, that's what's fun about it. I love a show that genuinely challenges me as a viewer. I like to have to really have a hard think after I watch an episode and really kind of see what is going to be going on. But yeah. Huge question mark. What exactly was tapping on the cabin? Yeah, it's a hunter knocking, I guess. Yeah, maybe it was just a hunter knocking out there. maybe. But yeah, awesome stuff. Can we talk about the painting in the underground tunnel of what appears to be the giant red squid-like Cthulhu? Yeah, I mean, still so many question marks when it comes to that symbol. I mean, it's we see the symbol next to it is the symbol that Jade has been seeing all over the place. DoorDash delivery. Maybe it was just good old DoorDash. But yeah, no, the red symbol is again, there's really nothing we know definitively about it. There's some really good theories surrounding what the red symbol might be, but in terms of like actual definitive information that we know for 100% certainty, there's nothing. We know absolutely nothing about what that thing really is. We see the symbol right next to it is clearly the symbol that Jade has been seeing all over the place, yet we haven't seen this red symbol anywhere else in the entire show other than that wall. So yeah, I have no clue what the hell that thing means and what it's a representation of, but hopefully we'll learn at that point. I have no idea because we've been given not even a single hint as to what it could possibly mean. So there's really nothing for us to go on there. That's something we need a little bit more information on. We need to see that thing pop up again somewhere, and maybe that'll give us some more context as to what it could potentially be. But until we see it again, there's no way of knowing. It's kind of just blind theories. And there's nothing wrong with blind theories, but I have no idea what that thing is. No idea. But it does kind of it has got a kind of similarity to it, to a Cthulhu drawing, maybe. Is there some ancient H.P. Lovecraft-like being that has some domain over Fromville? Maybe. I mean, who knows? That's very, very possible. A lot of people seem to think that there are going to be multiple kind of entities, deities, that are kind of maybe locked in some kind of conflict that are playing this big, grand game on a grand scale. And the monsters and the people inside Fromville, they're all just pawns on the board. Again, so much we don't know. But I have no idea. whatever that freaking red symbol is. No idea. There's a giant spider hugging Cthulhu. Yeah, a lot of people seem to think that the black background of it is the giant spider, maybe like pertaining to the giant spider, and it could be. A lot of people seem to think we're going to see a giant spider at some point. It's a pretty popular fan theory, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it's a Spider Woman. It's a Spider Woman sign. Maybe, maybe. But yeah, huge mystery. I mean, I would love to learn a little bit more about it, but in terms of trying to guess what it is, there's just really nothing to go on, nothing definitive anyway to go on, to so we can really figure that out. But yeah, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Now, again, this episode, of course, we'll talk a little bit about the ending, how this episode ended, the climactic scene of the episode, the heartbreaking scene of the episode. And again, this was such a great premiere. I feel like it had everything that I really love about From was encapsulated all within this one episode, all of it. And then the way that it ended with this just gut-wrenching, heartbreaking, visceral ending, it really kind of, this is how you start a show. This is how you come back off of an extended hiatus. This is how you do a season premiere. You go big or you go home. And again, as I've said in the past, that's one thing I very much admire about From the writers and the showrunners. They're not afraid to take some big risks from time to time. Killing off Tien Chen was a huge risk, I would imagine. Hugely popular fan character. Everybody loved her. Played a huge role in town and feeding everybody. So, it's a risk to kill off beloved characters like that. But again, that's what I love about the writers. They're not afraid to take some of these risks. And every time they do, it seems to pay off tenfold. Now, as much as I'm really going to miss Tien Chen on the show, and I am, this is going to be one of those profound scenes that is burned into my psyche for a very long time. And again, we didn't even really have to see what happened to Tien Chen. Just hearing it and just seeing Boyd's reaction and seeing that one little glimpse, just this one little glimpse when we see that piece of her scalp get ripped off, it instantly told you that, oh shit, this is going to be bad. They are torturing the hell out of her. This is not going to be a quick death. This is not going to be a clean death. This is going to be messy and it is going to be horrific. And the fact that Boyd is just right there in front of it, completely helpless to stop it, man, what a way to end the episode off on. What a way to start the season. And phenomenal performances by both Elizabeth Moy and Harold Perrineau. They absolutely ate this scene up for breakfast. They killed it. So good, man.
Yeah, and she's calling out to him by name, for help, not just like yelling, but early on, when they were first dragging her over there, she's calling him, by name and stuff. I was thinking also about her, because Elizabeth Moy, she speaks English. It's accented, but she speaks it fully.
Yeah, her English is great. It's perfect.
Yeah. But like playing a character where it's really broken, stop, complain, that kind of stuff. It's really kind of interesting how they built her as that character with less English than the actress actually has. And because like when somebody doesn't have full English, when they have a broken English, they have to, they don't have flowery words and long sentences to, to build their character, to establish, their worldview, their goals, their objectives, their reason for being in the show. It's a lot more limited. And I think she did really fantastic. And I think I would have to guess that the writers probably, that's one of those instances where the writers probably gave her some guidance, but I would almost bet that there was a lot of ad lib there because, it's like, okay, how would somebody, Elizabeth Moy is probably a lot more familiar with people who speak like first generation immigrants or people who speak Cantonese as a main language, who without like, secondary education in English. So she would know how those people speak, to make it more accurate. And I think they did fantastic with her all the way through from the beginning all the way through. And I still love when she fucking smacked Jade with the whisk when he first walked in and cut the line in the diner, and she gives him a smack with the whisk.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss her. I'm definitely going to miss Tien Chen. She really was an awesome character. Played a very vital role, and yeah, I mean this scene was just so well acted and very well written, and the concept of the entire scene was good. Like Delsenia said in the chat earlier, it's similar to kind of that blood and cheese feel where you don't really need to see what's happening. All you need to see is Boyd's reaction, and that tells us everything we need to know about how hideous this is and what is really happening to her. And I 100% agree. I think Delsenia was spot on. We did not need to see this scene. It probably wouldn't have landed as well as it did if we did see it. I mean, it would have been a little too gory maybe to show Tien Chen in that state. But to see Boyd's reaction, to see the kind of the camera just pan in and zoom in on his face, and to see the acting from Harold Perrineau, for him to kind of convey this. And again, that's why it was very interesting to hear him explain this scene in particular in that one interview I saw, where apparently the writers and the directors, they did give him specifics. They told him specific things that the monsters were doing to Tien Chen so he could react in a proper manner that fit what they were doing to her. So I would love to know what they explained to him. Like, what exactly did they say? Was she getting skinned alive? Was she getting just torn apart? Like, it seems like they were giving Boyd some specifics, Harold Perrineau, some specifics as to what exactly these monsters were doing to her. So in turn, he could give the reaction that much more of a worthy reaction to really kind of fit the gravity of the scene. So yeah, I think this was played out incredibly well. It was, again, from concept to execution. They absolutely nailed this scene. And again, like, this is how you start off a season premiere. This is how you kick off a brand new season in perfect, epic, gory, visceral fashion. And I think this is the kind of stuff why we love From so much. This show is it's incredible. It's operating on a level that I just haven't really seen many shows operate on. And I think that's why, the fan base that has been dedicated to it are this dedicated to it. We are so kind of committed to this show. And I know you guys in the chat probably feel the same way. I don't like to speak for everybody, but I know at least a lot of us that hang out here on this channel, we are super dedicated to the show, and we cannot wait to see where this thing is going. And they have really cultivated a very loyal audience and fan base. And I think that is a testament to the product that they are putting out. They care about putting out the best show that they possibly can. The actors really seem to be into these roles. And and they respect the fans, which is the most important thing. It's something that we do not see from a whole lot of studios these days, where fan criticism can really be met with can be misconstrued as hate. And obviously you want to separate the haters from people that are just giving regular criticism, but it seems like people that are in charge of From, it does seem like they actually care about the fans and the fans' opinions and their criticisms. Because again, they heard some of our criticisms about season 2, how people wanted more answers, and here we are getting definitive answers now in season 3. So again, it's really awesome to see that a studio is willing to meet their fans halfway every once in a while, and actually kind of not just demonize them for their opinions, even if it's a constructive opinion where maybe someone didn't like something in the show. It's really refreshing to see the way MGM and the way From has reacted to the fan base, and they haven't demonized anybody that I can see. So again, it really just kind of adds more credence to the creatives that are behind the show. They really believe in it, and I feel like they really want to put forth the best show they possibly can. Seems like they all very much believe in this story, and again, in turn, I feel like that is what has helped cultivated this pretty loyal audience that is so dedicated to the show, which is why we kind of keep coming back 2, 3, sometimes 4 times a week doing live streams just to dive into the show more and more as we wait for the next episode to come around. So yeah, I could not be happier with the show. I think they absolutely nailed it. I think this was the best possible way to start off a season premiere, and it had next to no filler. The pacing was absolutely on point. The episode flew by. I know, I mean, it was 51 minutes in runtime, but boy, this episode seemed like it just absolutely flew by because it was just one good scene after another with no filler, really. So yeah, I gotta tip my hats off to MGM and the creators of From. They absolutely killed it with this season 3 premiere. And I guess one thing I will ask everybody before we close it out, one thing I always like to ask everybody, we did this last night after the watch party, but now that we've all had the chance to watch the episode 2, 3, or maybe even 4 times now, I know some people have already watched it multiple times, like myself, which is awesome. Now that you guys have seen the show more than once, what do you give? What rating do you give this this premiere, from 1 being bad to 10 being perfect? Where do you guys rate the season 3 premiere of From 1 to 10? What do you have? Me, I think I'm sticking with my 9 that I gave it last night. This is a solid 9 out of 10 and a great way to start the season. But yeah, let me know in the chat, where do you guys rate this? And Ravener, where is your score compared to the other night?
Well, generally I tend to be a little more conservative. I tend to, downvote things. Honestly, though, this one hit every mark for me. It touched the bases. It reintroduced us to the characters, got us all caught up. You know, addressed every different storyline. And then the goal of a episode 1 of a season is to set the tone and then leave you wanting more. And this one for me, it did that in spades. I mean, any like mark against it that I could think of would really just kind of be piddling, I think. So I'm just gonna go ahead and
Nitpicking.
start off with the 10. Yeah, man. I'm not gonna be, yeah, I'm
Wow.
very satisfied
Ravener,
with it. Yeah, leaves you wanting more, and
Ra-
that's what a episode 1 should do. Yeah.
That's what it does. I mean, in a season premiere, they obviously, you want to get refamiliarized with the world, get really back into the feeling of Fromville. The first half of this episode did that perfectly. Refamiliarize us with all of these characters and where they left off in season 2. It did that beautifully. And then you want the second half of the episode to, like you say, set up the rest of the season. And by the time this episode ends, you want to have that feeling where, shit, I cannot wait for the next episode. And this episode nailed that feeling. When it ended, I was so sad when the episode ended because I knew I was going to have to wait a week to see the next one. I cannot wait to see episode 2 now. So yeah, Ravener does not give out 10 out of 10 avocados very, very often. So that is awesome. We got a 10 out of 10 from Ravener, a 9 out of 10 avocados from me. We got an 8 out of 10 from Dutch Hulk. We got an 8 from Caitlin. Awesome. Jessica comes in with a 9 out of 10. Hell yes. Liam's giving it a 10. Woodrow is giving it a respectable 8. Awesome. Ricky Joe's giving it an 8. Awesome. Papa is giving it a 9. Julie B is giving it a 9. Delsenia is giving it a 10. My boy Mo Biggs is giving it a 7.75. Too much Kenny survival. That is totally fair, my friend. We got another 9 from Quan. We got a 7 from Angela E. We got a 10 out of 10 from Deb. Absolutely awesome stuff. 10 because how aggressive and emotional it was. It really was. It was gut-wrenching. It was emotional. And again, if I could pick just one word, like I was saying last night, just visceral. It was a visceral experience watching this episode. Absolutely phenomenal. 9 is still 9. Pacing, script, story, arc, horror, check. Hell yes, my friend. Hell yes. We got 11 out of 10. Hell yeah. Love seeing that. We got an 8. We got a 7. We got another 10 out of 10. We got another 10 out of 10 from Golden Child. Awesome. We got an 8. We got Jin coming in with a solid, respectable 9. Hell yes, Jin. I'm glad you liked the episode. Awesome. Hollywood Pineapple giving it a 9 out of 10. It felt a bit short and went by quick. I wanted more. LOLs. Happy it came back. And me too. Again, it really felt like this episode just freaking flew by. Even though it was close to an hour long, it absolutely whipped by. And there we go. We got the 10 avocados. Love to see it. We got the 8 eggplants. Yeah, what's up with the whole eggplant thing that's going on with From Season 3? I don't know where that's going, but I'm looking forward to finding out. We got another 10. Awesome. We got a solid 9. Hell yes. We got another 10. Yes, guys. Come on, guys. Raid on Colony House was a 10. Oof, maybe. I think the Raid on Colony House, I gave that episode around a 9.5. And it wasn't even so much for the Raid on Colony House. It was for the Father Cautry death scene. The way that Father Cautry death scene was played out, the way it was written, the way it was acted, that was one of the most profound scenes I've seen on this show up until seeing this scene right here in season 3. So I definitely would give the Colony House Massacre episode a 9.5 out of 10. That's my favorite episode in the series by far. Like, out of all of the episodes, that's my favorite one. And again, the Colony House Massacre is cool and all. It's a really fun sequence, but it's the Father Cautry death scene at the end that really makes that episode for me. And just seeing the way that Father Cautry reacts to dying, going from shocked to surprised to thinking my path can't end like this, to at the end him never losing his faith. The last thing he says to Boyd right before he dies is, "Pray with me. Pray with me, Boyd." So even though Father Cautry thought he was brought here for a very specific reason, even though he thought God put him on this path, and even knowing that God potentially cut his path short, he never let that shake his faith. And that's one of the reasons that scene is just so profound for me personally. It was acted incredibly well by Sean Majumder. Love that episode. And yeah, visceral, right, Doc? Absolutely visceral episode. It really, really was. We got a 9 out of 10. Awesome. We got another 9 in chat. Love it. It seems like we got a lot of 8s, 9s, and 10s, which is great. We got an 8.5. Love it. Love it. Love it. Awesome stuff, guys. Awesome stuff. But yes, we are going to continue to go full steam ahead into From Season 3 and everything that comes along with it. Raven and I will probably be live again. Not probably, we'll definitely be live again Tuesday night for our in-depth kind of breakdown, talking a little bit more about this episode, and probably looking forward to episode 2, maybe looking at some stills from the trailer maybe. But tomorrow night, I will also be on... Raven, are you going to be there tomorrow too?
Yeah, I was invited. So yeah, as long as I can get out of work on time, absolutely.
Okay. Awesome. If Ravener can make it, he will be there too. But tomorrow night we will be on Scarlet Fever's channel, and they're planning a big From stream where we're going to dive into episode 1. I know they got some fun things planned. I believe they're going to be doing a giveaway for some From t-shirts as well. So come and hang over on Scarlet's channel tomorrow night. We will be hanging out over there for a little bit, and then again Tuesday night we will be here going live, diving deeper into episode 1 and looking forward ahead to episode 2, and then later on we will be diving headfirst in for episode 2 with another pregame show and watch party and after show discussion. We are going to keep this ball rolling, and I cannot wait to fucking share and dive into episode 2 and the rest of these episodes with each and every one of you, because From is back.
Absolutely.
From is officially back.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to Kiwi and BK for hosting the watch parties over on the Discord. Actually doing the nuts and bolts of streaming it for everybody. I want to thank everybody in the chat for joining in. The people that were able to. We had so many people we couldn't actually have. Like there were too many to fit.
We reached our limit for the first time ever.
And BK went ahead and launched a synchronized stream. So now instead of stopping at 55, it'll stop at 110. So, God willing, we can get to 110 people in there watching. So,
man, thank you so much for doing that. That is incredibly generous of you. Wow. Thank you. There you have it, folks. Yeah, it looks like only 50 something people were able to pile in there this week. And I didn't think we were even going to get that many people in the Discord. Usually we get a decent amount of people here in the YouTube chat, but I didn't think we were going to get that many people piling into the actual Discord. But now that we did, okay. So next week we can fit at least 100 people or so. Mm-hmm. So that is awesome to know. We will definitely be continuing our watch parties every single week as the series continues to progress, and we would love to have you guys come and hang out with us and join us for these watch parties and for the after show discussion. And yes, I'll never forget the tender moment between Jade and Tien Chen. And I guess before we end this episode off on, we can give a quick little moment of silence for a lost member of the Fromily, Tien Chen.
You know, I grew up in France with my grandma. She died when I was 12. I had to come back to the States. I was crying at the airport. And this nice lady bought me soda. I told her what was wrong. She said to me, "They come with you when you go." I guess what I'm just trying to say is, don't be sad. I'll come with you when you go.
Oof.
Great scene. Absolutely great scene. R.I.P. to Tien Chen. And I got to tip my hats off to the wonderful, the beautiful Elizabeth Moy, who portrays Tien Chen on From. Absolutely phenomenal job. Phenomenal actress. And I will definitely be following her career going forward with a very, very close eye. Cannot wait to see what she pops up in next. But again, big thank you to Elizabeth Moy for pouring out her heart and soul into this show and creating such just a heartwarming character that seems like the entire fandom just loved. So again, big thank you to everybody for joining us tonight. R.I.P. to Tien Chen, and we will be diving into everything again later on this week. Be on the lookout for the next Fromville watch party as episode 2 gets closer and closer. And again, I will have my episode 1 review up on the channel tomorrow, and I will also have my deep dive into the episode 2 trailer breakdown up on Tuesday as well. So be on the lookout for those. And as always, guys, keep those tinfoil hats on. Stay safe out there in this crazy, crazy world. Be kind to one another. Don't be afraid to dive into that rabbit hole. And until next time, we will see you on the next one.